Chapter 377. On the 13th day of the third month, the day the mathematics results were released, Yushu dressed up as a man early in the morning and combed her hair neatly. When she went out, she heard the chirping of the magpies in the branches. She sat in the carriage and made a divination. It was a good omen. In the guest house, Lu Tan saw Yushu and immediately asked, "Miss Yu, what good news do you have?" Yushu chuckled and bowed her head. She cupped her hands and said, "Your Highness is teasing me. I'm just happy that I can enter Taisher Library after today." This was only one aspect. After today, she could still be a great fortune teller and a hide-won title. Although it wasn't as high as the great fortune teller of 2 rankings, it was much better than being a merchant. The group of people took a sedan share to the Xuanyang Association and coincidentally met Prince Ning's entourage at the foot of Cheongyu Pavilion. 7th brother. Lu Tan led his people to greet him. There was no one present who had a higher status than Prince Ning. When they saw him, they had to bow. Greetings to Prince Ning. Dispense with the formalities. 11th brother. You drank too much at the banquet last night. Did you have a headache this morning? Lu Hao always acted like a brother in public. He walked forward and put his hand on Lu Tan's shoulder and affectionately went upstairs with him. Yushu fell behind. When she walked to the corner of the 2nd floor, she heard someone call her. "Miss Lotus Room." Yushu turned her head to look at Ji Xingxuan, who was standing a few steps down the stairs. Her eyes flickered. Yushu moved 2 steps to the side and held the railing to make way for the imperial bodyguards behind her. When there were only the 2 of them on the stairs, she straightened her sleeves and stood up straight. She raised her arms above her ears and bowed to Ji Xingxuan. "Greetings to great teacher Ji." Ji Xingxuan narrowed her eyes slightly, lifted the hem of her dress, and walked up the stairs. She stood in front of Yushu and stared at her bowing with hands folded in front. She leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I'll ask you again. Are you sure you don't want to give me the rest of the Luyao lines?" Yushu raised her hand and did not speak. She thought to herself that Ji Xingxuan was really patient. After so many days, she came to threaten her again. "All right, when today's results are released, I will report the affair between you and the 11th prince to Ningguang. You better pray for good luck." Ji Xingxuan sneered as her fair fingers brushed past Yushu's collar. Without looking at her expression, he turned around and went upstairs. Yushu slowly put down her raised arm and stared at Ji Xingxuan's retreating back with a deep gaze. She flicked her collar with her fingernails and stood alone in the corridor for a while before slowly making her way upstairs. It wasn't that she wasn't worried. It was that worrying was useless. She had shouldered so many disasters in the past. If she was afraid of trouble, she would not be Yushu. Lu Hao looked at Ji Xingxuan, who was leisurely sitting down, and asked, "Why did you take so long to come up? I just had a few words with Miss Yu at the 9th prince's seat on the stairs." Lu Hao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what did she say?" Ji Xingxuan shook her head. "When the double yang meeting ends today, I will tell His Highness in detail." Lu Hao rubbed his chin with interest. Looking in the direction of Lu Tan, he saw Yushu walking over in a long blue robe. Her features were elegant. Her mannerisms were elegant, but they left more of an impression than when she was dressed in female clothing. This unassuming young girl was able to escort the Daozi to the capital, was able to call Xuerue a brother, and was the instigator of the destruction of the Ji family. It was hard for him not to pay attention to her. Yushu did not know that Lu Hao was watching her. After asking for permission from Lu Tan, she was allowed to sit with Xian Lu and talk about the Taisher Library. On the arena by the river, there was a literary competition today. There was only one subject left in the Dian, mathematics. It was going to end today, so the barbarians had nothing left to fight for. What was left were the scholars for the imperial examination. However, among the 2 lists, the emperor's disciples were chosen by the palace examination, so the princes could not overstep the rules. And the weight of the Jinshi in the previous list was less than that of the Dian. Therefore, the princes wanted to determine who was better in the twin sons gathering. This could be considered as the final competition. The morning passed just like that. Yushu still had some expectations for today's list. Firstly, she did not want Ji Xingxuan to help Ningguang take the top 3 again. Secondly, she wanted to know what rank she would get. A conservative estimate was that she would be in the top 10. If she could really make it into the top 3, then it would be great. At noon, the drums were beating on the river. The two censors in charge of supervising today's announcement stood on the arena, as usual, and announced the names of the princes that had been sealed yesterday. Lu Tan listened attentively. As expected, among the 3 on Lu Hao's list were 2 of old teacher Han Wenguang's personal disciples. He exchanged a look with Heelan Shou and knew what was going on. The 8th Prince Lu Du wasn't as patient as Lu Tan. He complained to Lu Hao across a few tables. I was wondering why we couldn't invite old Mr. Han's disciple. It turns out that the 7th brother beat us to it. Lu Hao laughed heartily and turned his head to look at Ji Xingxuan. Seeing her nod slightly to show that she was confident, he could not help but feel satisfied as if victory was in his hands. Lu Hao's eyes flickered as he turned to look at Lu Tan's tranquil appearance. Then he suddenly said in a loud and clear voice, "Ninth brother, there's only one subject left in this year's Grand Yen examination. How about you and 7th brother decide who is better here?" Lu Tan did not expect this and frowned slightly. He had already gotten what he wanted from the Double Yang meeting. If this continued, it did not matter to him whether he won or lost. But his 7th brother, Lu Hao, was different. If he won, he would have stolen the limelight. If he lost, it would mean that he was no match for his younger brother and his reputation would be swept to the ground. However, Lu Hao openly proposed to decide the winner and loser with him, bypassing the other brothers. Without Lu Du and Lu Tan as a stepping stone, Lu Tan's victory would be worthy of celebration. But if he lost, it would mean that he had overestimated himself and all his previous efforts would be in vain. Lu Tan quickly weighed the pros and cons and decided to say perfunctory words. At this critical juncture, he could not go head-to-head with Lu Hao. However, Lu Hao's next words blocked his words. It is said that 9th brother has been recuperating in the mountains for many years and his temperament has stabilized. Why is he still acting like a timid child? There was a sudden silence on the 3rd floor. Lu Tan's expression changed. He stared at Lu Hao, who was smiling as he spoke. Lu Tan slowly curled his lips and stood up from his chair. He cupped his hands and said, "7th brother is joking again. Since this is the case, I will not decline. You and I, brothers, will decide the winner and loser in this match." In the imperial court, there were few who did not know the emperor's joy and anger. He admired those who were both brave and intelligent. On the contrary, he hated those who were timid. If Lu Tan became the subject of ridicule, even if he won the Double Yang meeting, he would still be at a disadvantage. Lu Hao's method of winning was not honorable. However, as the elder brother, Lu Tan was still weaker than him. He could not openly criticize him, so he could only accept the humiliation. Lu Hao had succeeded in his goal. His expression was joyful. Haha, this is satisfying. Regardless of the outcome, after the Double Yang meeting ends today, us brothers will go for a drink. The two of them made an agreement. Lu Du and Lu Tan instantly became a contrast. Lu Du was dissatisfied and cursed under his breath. However, he did not show his displeasure on his face. Yu Shu watched as Lu Hao threw the line. Lu Tan had to take the bait. Once again, he sighed at the open and covert strife in the Double Yang meeting. From her standpoint, she naturally hoped to see Ning Wang fail. Therefore, she had another kind of anticipation for today's ranking. Time passed quickly. Everyone in the Qiongyu building was in high spirits because of the bet between Lu Hao and Lu Tan. They heard that there was a fast horse galloping towards them from the riverbank. They all left their seats and stood by the railing to wait. They could not wait to know the result. Yu Shu and Xen Lu also leaned against the railing and looked at the situation downstairs. Those who copied the results jumped off their horses and onto the stage. They handed the sealed results to the imperial censor. After the two censors examined it, they passed it to each other. The older one announced, "Year Zhaoqing, Year 3 of the Great Yen examination, the 6th subject arithmetic. There are a total of 64 people. 64th place, 64 people. In the 100 ranking, it was not too many." Xin Lu moved closer to Yu Shu and whispered in her ear, I heard grandfather say a few days ago that this year's mathematics is very difficult. The questions are very skewed. According to the rules of the past, only those who can answer 60% of the questions correctly will have a chance to enter the rankings. Only those who can calculate without any mistakes will have the right to enter the top 3. Maybe there will be an empty spot for this ranking. Yushu propped her arm with one hand and touched her chin with her finger. She listened to the censor announce the rankings. She thought that she had answered all the questions correctly. She did not know how many people were better than her. When the censor read the 49th place, Lu Du stood up in joy. After confirming that he had gotten 1 place, he raised his hands in a triumphant manner. When the 39th place was read, the first person on Lu Tan's list appeared. Lu Hao was not worried at all about this. Instead, he smiled and congratulated Lu Tan. At this time, Lu Tan could still maintain his composure. But luck did not seem to be on his side today. The remaining 2 people on the list did not make it into the top ranks. They appeared at the 31st and 22nd places. Even though all 3 were on the rankings, Lu Tan did not have any trump cards. On Lu Hao's side, Han Wenguang's 2 disciples had not been read yet. It was clear that they were at the top, and it was impossible for them to miss the rankings. In contrast to Lu Hao's confident chatter and laughter, Lu Tan sat with a dark expression. Heelan Cho looked worriedly at him and urged in a low voice, "Your Highness, do not be anxious. The rankings have not finished. As long as Ning Wang does not get 2 places in the top 3, he still has a chance." Lu Tan nodded. His attention was reinvigorated. He sat up and looked downstairs to avoid missing the rankings. But the more he listened, the more his heart sank. 6th place, Yangzhou examinee Zhou Qing. 5th place. 3rd place, Taisher Library examinee Jean Zhuofeng. With a crisp pa, Lu Tan closed the teacup in his hand. His fingers trembled slightly, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, there was a loud laugh from the left seat. Lu Hao sat calmly on Mount Tai, for no other reason than the fact that the 3rd place was one of Han Wenguang's disciples. The spectators on both sides were about to congratulate him when Lu Hao raised a hand to stop them. He glanced casually at Lu Tan and stood. He walked to the railing and motioned for the imperial censor to continue reading. 2nd place, Taisher Library examinee Pan Ming. The imperial censor read out the names for a while. Taking advantage of the chatter upstairs, he turned his head and coughed. Lu Hao's eyebrows twitched. Even though he was dissatisfied that Han Wenguang's other disciple was not the champion, he had gotten his wish of getting 2 places in the top 3, surpassing Lu Tan. Amidst the cheers that followed, his hand on the railing, he turned his head with a smile on his face. He looked at the ashen-faced Lu Tan from afar. In an instant, he seemed overbearing. "9th brother, this round can be considered your older brother's victory. Are you convinced?" Meeting Lu Hao's familiar gaze, Lu Tan felt as if he had returned to his childhood. His face was pale, and he secretly clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. He tried his best to suppress the unwillingness in his heart. He slowly stood up and forced a smile on his face. Just as he was about to reply, his sleeve was abruptly grabbed by someone. He paused and turned his head to look. He saw Yushu standing beside him. Her face was abnormally flushed, and her eyes emitted a strange light. She stared fixedly at the imperial censor who was coughing downstairs. Wait. Yushu grabbed Lu Tan. Her voice was very soft, but her heart was beating rapidly. A thought reverberated in her mind. Her name has not been read yet. Her name has not been read yet. Chapter 378. 1st place, Yang County examinee, Yushu. For a moment, Yushu's ears were ringing and she couldn't hear anything. Then, she felt as if there was a refreshing energy rushing out of her lungs. It quickly traveled to every pore on her body and opened up every obscure joint. With a pop, it enveloped her. Champion. She was the champion of the arithmetic course, and only the Grady Master, who was in the top 3 of the 2 rankings, could compete with her. With a buzz, as the crowd reacted, Cheonyu Pavilion exploded like water droplets exploding. After these days, Everyone knew that the ninth prince, Lu Tan, had found a substitute for Kuan Shi. Not long ago, he got the second place in the strange technique. At that time, many people sighed with emotion at this unrivaled young hideous. Who would have thought that in just 7 days, it was this young girl who had shaken her body and firmly sat on the hot spot as the champion of arithmetic? No one expected such a dramatic situation. Lu Hao, who had a victorious attitude just now, was stunned on the spot, while Lu Tan, who was originally unwilling to admit defeat, became the biggest winner of this year's Shuangyang meeting. Wow, old 9, so you're the one who hid the most. Lu Du was the first to jump up from his chair. He pointed at Lu Tan, who was laughing foolishly, and then pointed at Yushu, who was next to him. He was about to say something when he suddenly remembered that the identity of the person in front of him would be different from now on. So he cupped his hands and politely said, "Congratulations to Miss Yu for winning first place." Among the 6 subjects, arithmetic was the most independent. For the other 5 subjects, those who were in the top 3 rankings could be called Grade E Master, and those who were in the top 2 rankings could be called Grade E Master. The champion of the top 3 rankings, Master E, who was at the top of the pagoda, was rarely seen in 100 years. Below him, there were also 2 top 3 rankings and 3 top 3 rankings, which was also rare to see in 20 years. Only the champion of arithmetic would appear every 3 to 6 years, and they were all very popular people in the capital. Which one of them wasn't popular for a time? Moreover, Yushu's arithmetic was accompanied by a very valuable 3rd place in a strange technique. 2 top 3 rankings of arithmetic was very rare, if he thought about it carefully. This year, the 2nd and 3rd place were all disciples of Han Wenguang. With this comparison, Yushu's 1st place was even more precious. Congratulations, Miss Yu. You're so young, yet you're already so talented. Truly admirable. Most of the people upstairs immediately stood up to congratulate Yushu. They all wanted to make friends with this female fortune teller with a limitless future. Of course, there were also people who were jealous in secret. Let's not talk about it here. On one side, Yushu was surrounded by people who came forward to congratulate her. On the other side, the people around Lu Hao could feel his anger. Ji Xingxuan was the only one who did not dare to breathe heavily. She sat in her chair in a daze, mumbling to herself, "Impossible! This is impossible." Lu Hao was extremely angry. When he heard her muttering to herself, he turned his head and stared at her. He couldn't hide his anger and gritted his teeth in a low voice. "What's going on? Didn't you confidently tell me that with Han Wenguang's 2 disciples here, no one can beat you in this mathematics subject?" If it wasn't for Ji Xingxuan's guarantee, Lu Hao wouldn't have dared to stake everything on one throw and propose to determine the winner of this subject with Lu Tan. This time it was good. One miscalculation and he lost everything. Not only did he lose face, he even lost everything. Ji Xingxuan raised her head absent-mindedly. When she saw Lu Hao's angry face, she suddenly woke up with a start. She frowned fiercely and her cheeks were livid. Her heart was in turmoil. How could Yushu be the best in mathematics? Others might not know about Yushu's background, but she knew it clearly. A year ago, she was just an ignorant and incompetent girl under 3rd uncle's concubine. It was said that she couldn't even read a few words. She didn't have the root of wisdom, and her fortune was extremely bad. Even if she had Taoist Qing Zheng as her master, based on her poor aptitude, no matter how hard she worked, it was impossible for her to be reborn in a short year and surpass others who had studied hard for 10 years. No, what's wrong? The more Ji Xingxuan thought about it, the more incredulous she felt. Her face became paler and paler. She scratched her knees with her fingers. Ignoring Lu Hao's cold questioning, she suddenly stood up and looked over several rows of seats at the high-spirited figure. She tried hard to recall what Yushu looked like a year ago in the Ji family in Yang City. However, her eyes turned red as if she was possessed. The memory that was evoked in her mind was the night when she was in the prison. In the dark and damp cell, she remembered the hideous smile that terrified her. Shivering, Ji Xingxuan's legs gave way and she sat back on the chair. "Seventh brother, Lu Tan managed to suppress his excitement and called out to Lu Hao. He cupped his hands and said loudly to Lu Hao with a red neck, "May I ask, seventh brother, did I win this year's Shuangyang meeting?" The upstairs soon quieted down. Many pairs of eyes turned to Lu Hao, waiting to see how Prince Ning would deal with it. Lu Hao was very embarrassed at this time. It was not good to lose his temper in front of everyone. He put his hands behind his back and cracked the purple jade ring on his thumb. He smiled at Lu Tan. "Ninth brother, I'm not as lucky as you." Lu Hao wanted to maintain his face even if he admitted defeat. So, he threw down this sentence as an explanation. Then he swung his sleeves, turned around, and walked away with big strides. He didn't have the slightest bit of patience to stay behind and put on a show with Lu Tan. He had to pretend to be magnanimous. Lu Tan tried hard to restrain himself from laughing out loud. He turned to look at Yu Shu. His eyes were so gentle that water could almost be squeezed out of them. He was not impulsive. He calmly picked up the teacup on the table and did what Lu Hao had done not long ago. He saluted Yu Shu with both hands and said loudly, "In this Shuangyang meeting, I can take the lead. You deserve the credit. Lotus Room is really my lucky star." The surroundings immediately quieted down. Everyone present could see that Lu Tan was going to promote the new female fortune teller. Yu Shu's eyes shone brightly, and the flush on her cheeks had yet to fade away. Her originally delicate and pretty face glowed faintly at that moment. When the prince offered tea to her, she did not look flattered at all. She bowed with her hands folded in front of her, and her voice was as clear as a spring. "I didn't disappoint, Your Highness." After saying that, she took the cup of half-cold tea and drank it in one gulp. She lifted her sleeve to wipe the tea from the corner of her mouth. It was a rude action, but it forced her to act as carefree as a woman. In Yu Shu's heart, she deserved Lu Tan's cup of tea. It was lively upstairs, and people were excited. Soon, the news flew out. There was a rare female fortune teller in this year's Shuangyang meeting. When Shui Rui heard the news, he was writing a letter in Wangji Tower. The waiter of the restaurant, Gue Chi, who was sent to Taiching office to check the list, ran in carelessly and even forgot to knock on the door. Young master." Shui Rui did not stop writing. He did not even raise his head. He said in a good temper, "Let's take a breath first." He knew Yu Shu's ability to calculate. He was very confident that she would not fail the list. He just did not know what her ranking would be. Gue Chi's face turned red. He was anxious to speak, but his words were stuck in his throat. He stamped his feet and beat the old phlegm on his chest. With a mouthful of saliva, he blurted out, "Miss, if she gets first place, she will become a fortune teller." Shui Rui's hand trembled, and he accidentally drew a long line on the paper that he was about to finish writing. He stared at the thick ink mark for a long time before he came back to his senses when Gue Chi called out to him. Young master, didn't you hear clearly? Missy got first place in the imperial exam. I have read the red paper in golden words on the wall more than 10 times. I can't be wrong." Shui Rui's response was a sudden burst of inexplicable laughter. "Ha ha! Bang!" Shui Rui casually threw the brush on the table and shook his head. He crushed the paper and stood up in high spirits. Prepare the carriage. Lu Tan stayed at the Shuangyang meeting to deal with the flattery of the people. He sent someone to send Yu Shu home to rest and prepare to go to the Celestial Commissioner's office the next day to meet the headmaster. Before Yu Shu left, Xian Lu was still reluctant to let her go. He insisted that he must inform her before the celebration banquet so that she could prepare a gift. Yu Shu agreed and was escorted by Lu Tan's bodyguards. She sat in a soft sedan and went home. Along the way, Yu Shu's laughter could be heard from the sedan from time to time. When passers-by heard it, they would think that there was a fool sitting in the sedan. Yu Shu was really happy. It wasn't that she didn't fantasize about getting first place in the mathematics exam, but because she had always had a bad character, most good things didn't happen to her. From the beginning, she didn't have any hope. Who would have thought that her long-accumulated luck would explode today? In one leap, she went from a nobody to a high-class person. Although she was surprised by this result, it wasn't strange when she thought about it carefully. Her mathematical knowledge was much better than this era, and she was one of the best in the entire Dun dynasty. In addition, she had accumulated more than 10 years of knowledge in her previous life. Every bit of it was learned by her hard work. She could only say that she was lucky, but she couldn't be blamed for being opportunistic. Papa. When Yushu was about to reach the door of her house, she heard the sound of firecrackers and gongs. She lifted the curtain and looked out. From afar, she saw a white fog in front of her house. There were figures everywhere, densely surrounding her house, and it was noisy. Yu Shushin thought that it must be the official who came to announce the good news, which was why so many people came to watch. She hurriedly stopped the sedan, not wanting to be blocked by people. Stopped the sedan. After sending away Lu Tan's guards, Yushu took advantage of the fact that no one recognized her and squeezed through the crowd. When she saw the door of her house, she saw He Fangji supporting the pregnant Zhao Hui. The two of them were grinning in a trance. Pei Jing proudly puffed out his chest, and the officials who came to announce the good news were all talking to them politely. Seeing this situation, Yushu didn't go up and quietly left the crowd. She planned to take a stroll nearby and wait for the excitement to die down before going home. She didn't want to attract the crowd of people who were waiting to see the female mathematician to stay even more. Yushu had her hands in her sleeves and was happily humming a song. Just after she took a few steps, her collar was hooked by a hand. A familiar voice came from behind, and a warm breath almost touched her ear. Chapter 379. Our Sir Fortune Teller isn't going home. Where is he going? When Yushu heard this teasing voice, she was startled. She turned her head and saw Shui Rui's teasing face, and her eyes lit up. She jumped up and grabbed onto Shui Rui's sleeve and couldn't wait to share her joy with him. Big brother, I'm the champion. I got first place, haha. When Shui Rui saw how happy she was, he hurriedly put his finger in front of his mouth and pointed at the layers of people behind him. Lower your voice. Do you want to attract everyone's attention? Let's go first. After saying that, he took the opportunity to hold Yushu's wrist and pulled her away from the crowd. Separated by a layer of sleeve, he could feel her pulse beating vigorously. His eyes couldn't help but curve, and he tightened his grip on her. When the two of them arrived at an empty street corner, Shui Rui stopped, turned around, and slowly let go of her. All right, let's talk here for a bit and wait for my carriage to arrive. Yushu nodded, and it wasn't long before her face flushed red from happiness. She couldn't help but want to leap 10 high in front of Shui Rui, so as to vent the happiness in her heart that couldn't be concealed. She stretched out 2 fingers and shook them in front of Shui Rui. Big brother, I'm in the top 3 of the 2 rankings now, Mr. Fortune Teller. I'm so happy. You don't know, but this morning I was waiting for the results to be announced in the Cheongyu building. I was burning with impatience, and when I heard my name, I wanted to jump into the Chunlon River and swim around. Shui Rui couldn't help but laugh, and his laughter reached his eyes. He slightly lowered his head and looked at Yushu, whose height had already risen to his chin. When he saw her face beaming with joy and her complacent little appearance, he couldn't help but feel slightly itchy in his heart. It was as if something was crawling on his heart, and it was scratching here and there. Unable to restrain his desire to be close to her, Shui Rui didn't think too much about etiquette and pretense at this moment. He raised one hand to grab her 2 fingers that were shaking around, and the other hand scraped the tip of Yushu's round nose, indulging her wanton gesture. It was as if she was supposed to be so flamboyant. Yushu was so happy that she didn't pay much attention to Shui Rui's overly intimate behavior. She let him hold her fingers and shook them happily. Looking at Shui Rui's amiable smile, she suddenly felt that she was lucky. If one were to say that she was able to shine in the grand examination this time, there was one person that she must be grateful to, and that person was none other than Shui Rui. If it wasn't for his earnest persuasion, she wouldn't have been tempted to participate in the grand examination. And if it wasn't for his thorough arrangements, she wouldn't have been able to successfully participate. If it wasn't for his careful planning, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to sneak into the Taisher library to look through those precious papers, and only then could she confidently participate in the examination. Shui Rui had helped her too much during this period of time, and he couldn't be listed one by one. But she remembered all of them in her heart. It could be said that if she didn't encounter Shui Rui, she would utterly not be able to enjoy the glory she had today. So she was able to meet such a confidant. Wasn't she lucky? Thinking of this, Yushu's heart was filled with emotions, and she sincerely looked at Shui Rui. She squinted her eyes and said with a smile, "Big brother, you are my benefactor." Shui Rui's eyes sparkled, and he chuckled softly. "I'd rather not be your benefactor. Of course, you're still my big brother." Yushu patted Shui Rui's shoulder, as if they were good brothers. Shui Rui's lips moved, but he held back his words. He silently said, "I don't want to be a benefactor. I just want to be a good man, but I don't know when the beauty will fall in love with me." The two talked for a while more. Old Shui, who was hiding not far away, saw that it was about time. He drove the carriage around a street and rushed over from there. He didn't let Yushu find that he had been parked not far away. Yushu didn't plan to go home for the time being. Shui Rui knew that she hadn't eaten lunch, so he took her back to Wangji Restaurant. With Gue Chi's big mouth, everyone in Wangji Restaurant, including the handyman Ah Xiang and Ah Ping, knew that the head manager, Miss Yu, was in love. Today was a happy day. It wasn't easy to walk through the back door, so Shui Rui passed by the front door with Yushu. When the waiter who was guarding the door saw Yushu, he smiled and bowed to greet her. Lin Fu ran out from behind the counter with his round waist and went forward to flatter her. "Miss, congratulations. This little one greets you." Yushu nodded with a smile. "Thank you very much." As soon as they stood at the entrance, they attracted the attention of some guests downstairs. At this moment, Shui Rui was in an extremely good mood, and he waved his hand to call Lin Fu over. After that, he instructed Lin Fu in a low voice, and then he brought Yushu through the flower door to enter the rear courtyard. After they left, Lin Fu cleared his throat and stood in the middle of the customers. He laughed loudly and said, "Today, our Forgotten Machine Tower's head steward is having a joyous occasion. Our master is very happy. He has just informed us that all the money for the food and drinks here will be waived." Immediately, someone clapped his hands and shouted good, and then there was a succession of happy voices. Who wouldn't be happy to eat a free meal? It was bustling downstairs now. Many people had seen Shui Rui and Yushu coming in just now. Some of them had even seen Yushu, the lady manager, on the opening day and had a deep impression of her. Thus, while they were happily eating without having to fork out money, they were also discussing spiritedly, guessing that the main family had encountered some great joyous event. Yushu had just walked up the stairs when she suddenly heard a noise in front of her. She suspiciously said to Shui Rui, "Listen, what's going on?" Shui Rui shook his head. Probably someone made a joke. Yushu didn't care anymore. There were many people in the restaurant. Once there were more customers, it would be lively, so it wasn't strange. She wasn't worried at the moment, but when she checked the accounts a few days later, she would see the expenses that flowed like water today. The money that she spent was all wasted, which made her teeth hurt for a long time. The two of them sat in the small hall of Yushu's room on the second floor. Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai served them tea. When Yushu washed her face and sat comfortably in front of the table, the kitchen had already sent people to serve good wine and dishes. Seeing the exquisite carrot snow flower carvings on the side of the dishes, Yushu smiled. She picked up her chopsticks and pointed, saying, "There are so many customers in front. This must be Sister Xiuqing giving us special treatment." The head chef of Wang Jilu was a woman named Xiuqing. It was said that she was a widow, but she could cook thousands of delicacies from all over the world. She could hold more than 10 caddies of ladle in one hand, and the dishes she made were unforgettable. There were many customers who spent a lot of money to order, but even if they came, they might not be able to eat it. Shui Rui picked up the wine pot and poured a cup for Yushu first, saying, "Today is a happy day. I'll allow you to drink more." Yushu took it and sniffed it. It seemed to be a rather old Zhuang Yuan Hong, which suited the occasion. She brought it to her mouth and took a sip. The wine was slightly spicy, and it was very satisfying. She immediately narrowed her eyes and said, "This wine is strong. If I get drunk, I'll have to trouble Big Brother to send me back." She was confident in Shui Rui's character. Shui Rui, however, shook his head and said, 3 cups is enough to liven things up. You still have to go to the Celestial Commissioner's office tomorrow, so it's not good to get drunk today. If you want to enjoy yourself to the fullest, I'll accompany you in 2 days. We won't be bored in this building. Let's go to the Three-Lee Stream in the eastern forest outside the city. It's next to a spring, and the spring breeze will blow, and the sun will be just right. At that time, we'll ice a few pots of good wine, some strong, and we'll drink to our heart's content. Just listening to him, Yushu felt that she was enjoying it. She raised the wine cup in front of him and nodded. We've agreed. We'll go in 2 days. Shui Rui raised his cup and clinked it with hers. When did I go back on my word? The two of them drank and chatted. Yushu promised Shui Rui that she wouldn't drink too much today. After drinking 3 cups of Zhuangyuan Hong, she asked someone to change it to fruit wine. Then, she chatted with Shui Rui about heaven and earth. Sometimes they talked about the Twin Yang group, and other times they talked about the future. Shui Rui already knew that Yushu, this little girl, was very knowledgeable. However, today was the first time he had a good time chatting with her, so he didn't feel that time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Big brother, thank you for accompanying me. I should go back now, otherwise Godfather and Godmother will be worried, and Xiaoxiu will definitely be worried. Yushu had been drinking sweet wine for the whole afternoon. She seemed to be drunk, but she wasn't. She just happened to be tipsy, so she leaned against the chair and chatted with Shui Rui with a smile. Shui Rui looked at the sky outside the window. It was time to send her back, so he said, drink some tea to sober up before you leave. After saying that, he called the maids in and told them to search for Yushu's coat and cloak so that she wouldn't catch a cold when she went out at night. It was cold tonight. When they went out, a gust of north wind blew, causing Yushu to sneeze. She rubbed her nose and giggled. Shui Rui quickly put on her hat and put one hand on her shoulder. He brought her to the side of the carriage and supported her elbow to firmly send her into the carriage. As soon as Yushu sat in the carriage, she yawned and looked left and right, trying to find a place to rest. Shui Rui pulled the curtain and looked back at her sleepy face. He guessed that she had drunk a few cups, so he helplessly handed a soft pillow to her and said, use this as a cushion. Wash it home before you sleep. Yushu made an O sound, hugged the vertical pillow, put her chin on it, and yawned again. Her eyes were wet as she said, Big brother, I am really happy today. Are you happy? Shui Rui raised his eyebrows slightly. What do you think? My sister has a promising future. As your big brother, how can I not be happy? As Shui Rui looked at Yushu, who was so silly and smart, he felt a slight restlessness in his heart. He was afraid that he would think of something that he shouldn't think about, so he coughed lightly and turned his head around. He lifted the curtains and looked at the street outside the glass window that was lit up for the first time. After an unknown period of time, his left shoulder suddenly sank, causing Shui Rui's body to stiffen for an instant before relaxing. And then he turned around and lowered his gaze to look at Yushu, who'd suddenly appeared by his side. Her eyes were closed as she leaned on his shoulder, and it covered her eyes that were trying to show off and win over others. Her playful and curved lips opened and closed, and a wave of a clear and sweet fruit fragrance flowed within his breath. Chapter 380. Early in the morning, Yushu was awakened by the chirping of birds outside the window. Lying on the bed, she kicked her legs and giggled foolishly under the quilt. Then, she turned over and got out of bed. As she put on her clothes, she called for Yindo to fetch some water. Miss, Madam asked me to ask if you want to have breakfast at home or outside. Yindo wrung the handkerchief clean and folded it into a square. She gave it to Yushu and went around to tie her hair so that it wouldn't get wet. She served her more carefully than usual. The little girl didn't see much of the world, but after yesterday's battle, no matter how stupid she was, she knew that her Mrs. Identity was different now. All the servants in the yard envied her for being the girl's servant. How could she not cherish this blessing? Mother woke up so early. Yushu wiped her neck and smelled the handkerchief. There was no smell of alcohol, so she gave up the idea of taking a bath before going out. Yindo pursed her lips and smiled. Madam was too happy to sleep. She asked me to ask before dawn. She was afraid that Miss didn't sleep well at night. If she woke up late today, it would delay the important matter. Yushu still remembered that she was sent home by Shui Rue yesterday. She slept in the car and went home in a daze. Zhao Hui, Hifangji, and Pei Jing were waiting for her. As soon as they saw her, they surrounded her and kept asking questions. It was Shui Rue who helped her out by saying that she drank wine. Then Zhao Hui quickly let her go back to her room to rest. By the way, when did Brother Shui go back yesterday? Yushu only remembered to find a bed to sleep last night. She didn't remember anything else. Yindo said, Mr. Shui talked with Master and Uncle for a while and left after drinking tea. Yushu nodded, wiped her face, and sat in front of the mirror to comb her hair. I will go out after having breakfast at home. There's no hurry. Oh, you can ask someone to hitch the carriage, the one sent a few days ago. Clean the outside. I remember Lu Zhong will drive the carriage. After combing your hair, you can ask him to talk to me. Lu Zhong was a servant that Yushu bought from the human training hall to guard the courtyard. He was in his 20s and had great strength. He was responsible for feeding the 2 horses in the stable. It was time for breakfast. As soon as Yushu entered the dining room and saw Pei Jing, she couldn't help but be surprised. Uncle didn't go back last night. Pei Jing looked at her with a smile, but before he could say anything, Zhao Hui exposed him. Your uncle didn't talk to Master Swanzi last night. This morning, he came knocking on the door, anxiously waiting for you to wake up. Yu Xiaoxiu burst into laughter. She quickly covered her mouth. Pei Jing blushed and pretended to glare at Zhao Hui. He coughed and pulled the stool beside him. Come and eat. Don't you have to go to the Celestial Commissioner's office? Don't be late and let others think that you are arrogant. Yushu obediently agreed and sat next to Pei Jing. She didn't even stretch out her chopsticks during the whole breakfast. Several elders at the table put a mouthful of food into her bowl. They couldn't wait to feed her. After breakfast, Yushu first led Yu Xiaoxiu back to their room and asked him if he wanted to go to the Celestial Commissioner's office with her. Yu Xiaoxiu quickly shook his head and said no. He then pulled Yushu's sleeve and asked her to go home early. As soon as the sun rose, Yushu arrived at the Celestial Commissioner's office in the fancy carriage given by Shui Rue. There was already an official waiting for her outside the magistrate's office. This time, she wasn't stopped by the imperial bodyguards. As soon as Yushu reported her name, the official cupped his hands and invited her in. He didn't even check her name card. After all, no one had the guts to pretend to be the head of the Great Calculation Department. On the way, the official was obviously chatting with Yushu and had a friendly attitude. Yushu looked at the official's robes. It was obvious that he was more than a level higher than the official who gave her directions last time. Thus, she had a better understanding of her status as an operator. Officially, are we going to see the Great Commissioner directly? Yes, the time is just right. The Great Commissioner is already waiting for Miss Yu at Taishi Restaurant. When Yushu heard this, she thought that it was no wonder that the officials of the Celestial Commissioner's office were generally of high quality. It turned out that they followed the example of their superiors. They weren't like the officials she had met in her previous life who didn't care about time. They were often the last to arrive at the scene and let a group of people wait. They had never arrived early. Yushu already had a good impression of the Great Commissioner. This small detail added a few points to her impression. She thought that if she became an official in the Celestial Commissioner's office in the future, she would have a good life if she could work under such an official. As they spoke, they passed through a stone mountain and the surroundings suddenly became cool. A pool of green water suddenly appeared in front of them, which made one feel relaxed and happy. In the middle of the lake stood a tower shaped like a pagoda. It had purple tiles and vermilion walls, and there was a Z-shaped bamboo bridge at the bottom. It was completely green, as if it was floating on the surface of the lake. There were a few solitary bamboos growing on the shore. They were less than 10 feet tall, but each of them had glossy leaves and a pleasant green color. We're here. Miss, you look, this is Taishi Tower. It's the place where the Imperial Secretary usually handles official business and rests. Yushu followed on the pontoon bridge and looked down at the clear lake water. Coincidentally, a school of red and white fish swam happily across the bridge. The fish scales faintly glowed with a golden light. They looked like carps, but weren't carps. She couldn't even identify the species. She then looked at the stones at the bottom of the lake. They were colorful and bright, as if each stone had been carefully selected. A place with good feng shui. This phrase appeared in Yushu's mind. She felt that it was the most suitable word to describe this Taishi Tower. After crossing the bamboo bridge and arriving at the foot of Taishi Tower, Yushu saw that there was only a tall imperial guard guarding the door. She couldn't help but take a second look. The official who led the way for Yushu politely bowed to the imperial guard and said, "Bodyguard Xiao, please report to the imperial secretary that this official has brought the New Year's chief accountant." "Okay, wait a moment." The unsmiling imperial guard looked at Yushu with a somewhat scrutinizing gaze before he turned and went inside. After a while, he came out and said, "Miss Yu, please come in." Yushu thanked the official who led her here and walked into the tower. Inside the door, there was a row of painted screens that blocked the view. The floor was covered with jade slabs that were so bright that one could see their own face if they looked down. It gave the illusion that there was nowhere to hide. Yushu turned her head to see that the imperial guard didn't follow her in. She scratched her head and boldly walked around the screens. In a spacious hall, there were windows on the east and west sides. Yushu looked left and right and suddenly turned her head. She saw a carved staircase on the north side. On the staircase was a jade chair, and on the chair was a figure wearing a purple robe and a jade crown. His sleeves reached the ground. He was looking at her with a slight smile. "I see you again, Mississippi." Yushu knew that she was being presumptuous, so she quickly bowed and said, "Student Yushu greets the imperial secretary." The officials of the Celestial Commissioner respectfully addressed the imperial secretary as the imperial secretary, which was a metaphor for extremely capable. But Yushu wasn't a subordinate of the Celestial Commissioner. So when she saw this famous hidden minister of the court, she still had to respectfully address him as an official. There's no need to be so formal. Since you were able to win first place in the grand examination, you're a person of high status. Be at ease. "Miss, please sit." Although he said to be at ease, Yushu didn't dare to be impolite. After thanking the imperial secretary, she found a chair on the side and sat down obediently. She glanced sideways and saw a cup of cold tea on the side table, so she guessed that someone had been here before. "Before you came, old teacher Han from the Imperial Historian's Library came to find me, to denounce me." The imperial secretary's words made Yushu focus her attention. This old fortune teller could be considered my teacher in terms of seniority. He's old and has a bad temper. He insisted on asking for your arithmetic exam papers to see which two of his disciples were inferior to you, which was why you took first place. If he can't be convinced, he will seek justice for his disciples. Yushu's mind instantly tensed up, afraid that the duck that was right in front of her mouth would fly away. The grand tutor looked at Yushu's reaction with interest and asked, "Miss Yu, do you know why you surpassed old Sir Han's two brilliant disciples to take the first place despite all of you being in the top three?" Yushu stood up straight. This was not the time to feign ignorance. She thought about it seriously for a moment before replying in a loud voice. "This student is guessing that I might have given a variety of solutions to some of the questions. That's why I was able to beat them." Hearing this, the imperial secretary nodded his head in satisfaction and looked at Yushu with admiration. He slowly said, "That's right. Examiners of the grand examination, including me, although not everyone has the ability to change their own disciples, I was at least a grand examination master in the past who was in the top 3 of the 2 rankings. How could I make a mistake on the exam papers? Since you were able to take first place, you must have some outstanding points. Thus, I refused old teacher Han and didn't make an exception to show him your exam papers." When Yushu heard this, she calmed down. She knew that this fortune teller couldn't escape. Unexpectedly, the imperial secretary's next sentence made her expression turn strange. "Old teacher Han is not satisfied and will definitely find opportunities to make things difficult for you in the future. However, He is older and has a higher status, so you should be more tolerant. The imperial secretary kindly reminded her. Yushu was depressed. She hadn't even become a fortune teller yet, but she had already offended an old one. What was this? She couldn't show her dissatisfaction on her face, so Yushu respectfully nodded. Just as she was thinking about how the imperial secretary would test her to confirm her ability, she saw the person on the throne wave his sleeve at her. Okay, you can go now. When you leave Taishi Restaurant, someone will take you to get the manual and seal. Yushu hadn't even warmed her chair when she was told that she could leave. This made her, who had been interrogated by Rin Qiming for a full hour when she came to the Celestial Commissioner last time, a little uncomfortable. Seeing that she didn't move, Rin Qiming asked, "Miss you, is there anything else?" Yushu shook her head and bowed to him. She was about to obediently leave. After a few steps, she suddenly remembered something. She turned around and carefully asked, "Dare I ask the Imperial Secretary? I am now a fortune teller who is ranked 3rd in 2 rankings. Can you recommend me to study at the Imperial Historian's Library?" Back then, Ji Xingxuan had been admitted to the Master E-examination at the age of 13 and entered the Taisher Library with just one role. Although she was indeed a genius, it was mostly because of her grandfather, Ji Huaishan, who was an official. As a genuine fortune teller, how could she not be qualified to be specially recruited? The imperial secretary raised his eyebrows and smiled. He thoughtfully glanced at her and didn't pursue her additional request. He just nodded slightly and said, "You can go. I will write a letter tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, you can directly take the name card to the Imperial Historian's Library to enter." Yushu took advantage of this and quickly thanked him for fear that he would regret it. She quickly left Taishi Restaurant. Chapter 381. Among the 6 subjects of a Dayan, mathematics was an independent subject. Only those who were ranked on the roll could be promoted to a Master of Mathematics. Although the Dayan examination was held once every 3 years, it didn't mean that there would be a Master of Mathematics every time. In history, there had been a desolate situation where no new Master of Mathematics appeared for 10 years in a row. A female Master of Mathematics, like Yushu, who was in her teens, was even rarer since the beginning of the Dayan examination. Thus, within a day, the Celestial Commissioner had spread the news that there was a female Master of Mathematics this year. Yushu was brought to the Dayan Bureau by the guide. Every time the Dayan examination released the results, the Dayan Bureau was always very busy. The small hall was crowded with more than a dozen people. As soon as she was introduced, she was immediately surrounded by the officials who were working. Yushu felt it was funny to be watched like a gorilla. After greeting them one by one, she followed the chief into the back courtyard. Her unintentional action left a good impression on the people present. "Miss you, please wait here for a moment. I will go get the seal and the flower book." Last time, when Yushu came back to choose the personal seal of the Master of Mathematics, she didn't see this chief. She was puzzled, so she stopped him and asked, "Sir, I just had the personal seal of the Master of Mathematics engraved not long ago. Now I'm here to collect my seal again. Is there any problem?" The chief smiled and explained to her, "There's no problem. The seal that you collected previously represents your identity as a Master of Mathematics. The Masters of Mathematics who pass the Dayan examination all need to have their seals engraved. Your Master of Mathematics is 4 levels higher than the normal Master of Mathematics, so it can't be confused with the previous seal." Yushu asked, "Why is it 4 levels higher? Please enlighten me." The chief didn't think that she was a busybody and patiently explained to her, "When the Dayan examination releases the results, the Celestial Commissioner will divide the examinees into 9 ranks and enter them. The 9th rank, which is also the lowest rank, is the Master of Mathematics on the 1st rank. After that, it's the top 3 of the 1st rank and the 1st rank. The 2nd rank is a dividing line. There aren't many above. The 6th rank is the Master of Mathematics on the 2nd rank. The 5th grade is the Grade E Master with 2 rankings and 3 ranks. And the 4th grade is the Fortune Teller with 2 rankings and 3 ranks." Hearing that she was 1 level higher than Ji Xingxuan, who was ranked 3rd in the double ranking list, Yushu was delighted. She asked with interest, What about the next level? Where are the other 3 levels? The manager shook his head and sighed. The first, second, and third ranks are almost gone. It had been 20 years since there had been a third-class champion of 2 rankings. A second-class Great E-Master, who ranked third in the 3 rankings, had not appeared in 30 years. I haven't seen a single first-rate fortune teller in 50 years. Yeah, isn't there still EZ who's ranked third in the 3 rankings? Yushu was puzzled. Almighty Master, the manager said with a look of reverence. Zhao Shu gave Yushu a thumbs up. That's a supreme one. It's not in the 9th class. Oh, Yushu still looked doubtful. The manager said, Miss must be wondering why there aren't any top 3 ranks of the 4th, top 3 ranks of the 5th, or even top 3 ranks of the 6th. Yushu nodded in embarrassment. Yes. Why? The chief official shook his head with a smile. This is a rule set by the ancestors. This lowly official can't explain it clearly. Since the start of the Great Yin Imperial examinations, since the beginning of the Dai examination, everyone has followed the rules. In any case, there hasn't been anyone who's ranked third in the 4 rankings. If that's the case, I've learned something. Yushu was about to bow and thank the manager, but the manager dodged to the side and waved at her. Fortune teller, you can't do that. I'm a secondary class 6th rank official, not even a 5th rank official. According to the rules of the Celestial Commissioner, I can't accept your bow. I'll remind Miss, in the future, whenever you meet officials below the 5th rank or Grady Masters, you don't have to bow to them. You don't have to pay your respects to anyone who is a lower rank than you. If the other party has an official title, it's fine. If they don't, they still have to pay their respects to you. Yushu raised her eyebrows. When he heard this, he felt good because he finally got rid of the fate of being a nobody who had to lower his head in front of everyone. In the future, he would be able to raise his head and be a man. After talking about ranks, the manager left for a while to get the seal. Not long after, he came back with 3 brocade boxes and a thin flower book. Miss, you can choose the seal first. You can use your own handwriting, or you can ask a famous calligraphy master in this flower book. There were 3 semi-finished silver ingots in the brocade box. They were much better than the one she picked with Wen Xiao and last time. They would be treasures if they were sold. There was a yellow field stone as thick as 2 fingers, a bright and glistening agate jade, and a material made from animal horn and bone. It was lustrous and white, but it felt warm to the touch. It was extremely rare. Seeing Yushu was fondling the last piece of scrap, he laughed and said, Miss really has good eyesight. This piece is a precious elephant tusk from a foreign country. It is said that it was plucked from the mouth of an elephant king at the end of its lifespan. The local lamas worshipped it for 100 days, so it is a treasure in itself. His Majesty had people divided into several pieces. One of them was bestowed to the Grand Secretary. The Grand Secretary asked a great master to carve it into 2 seals. One was given away. The remaining one was kept in the seal bureau. Yushu was hesitant to take this elephant tusk because there was a saying in the Book of Changes. It was not easy to wear ivory, which was obtained from fierce beasts. Otherwise, it would attract blood. However, after listening to the manager's recommendation, she was reluctant to put it down. Finally, she decided to believe in fate. Then I'll take this. Yushu then looked through the list and asked the manager to give advice. She decided to ask an old calligrapher to write. When Yushu came out of the Celestial Commissioner's office, it was already noon. She went home for lunch and waited for the sun to set before going to Lu Tan's guest house. Yushu came at the right time. Lu Tan's sedan chair had just arrived in front of the door. Helen Shu was with him. Lu Tan was a little surprised to see Yushu so soon and invited her inside to talk. After sitting down in the reception hall and having tea served, Yushu began to state her purpose of coming. She said, "To be honest, Your Highness, after the strange technique was released, I saw Wen Xianglong outside the guest house. For what he said, it seemed that he yearned for the Taisher library, but could not get in. But Your Highness had already given me the place, so I did not humbly give it to him. Today, when I met with the Great Advisor, I was fortunate to get another place to enter. So may I ask Your Highness to give the previous place to Wen Xianglong." Lu Tan won the Double Suns meeting this time, and got the double chief in third rank. Logically, even if Yushu did not want the place to enter, she would have to wait for another feng shui master first. It would not be when Xiaoan's turn. But the reason was not like this. First of all, this place was promised by Lu Tan to Yushu. Now she was giving it away. Since she spoke for Wen Xiaoan, Lu Tan had to consider it. Helen Chu looked at Lu Tan's expression and asked, "Since Swansea is so considerate of Wen Xianglong, it seems that you have a friendship before?" Yushu nodded and did not hide it from them. "When Brother Wen was still in Perrin Hall, I got to know him. Our friendship is not deep, but we helped each other." Yushu was a sentimental person. At that time, when Xiaoan solved the word worry of Prince Xiang for her, so that she could finally see the clues and judge right from wrong. So this time she was so nosy. Since it had come to this, Lu Tan had no reason not to agree. In this case, the Lotus Room is righteous. I will arrange for Wen Xianglong to enter the Taisher Library as soon as possible. Since yesterday, Lu Tan had naturally changed the way he addressed Yushu directly as Lotus Room. He regarded this as an elegant title and became closer to her. Yushu stood up happily and bowed to Lu Tan. "Then I thank your highness on behalf of Wen Xianglong." Lu Tan was willing to do Yushu a favor, so he thought for a while and said, "Wen Xianglong is temporarily living in Thousand Cranes Tower in the north of the city. Lotus Room can go and tell him the good news so that he will not run around in vain." Yushu once again secretly exclaimed that Lu Tan knew how to conduct himself. So, she nodded and left. Yushu did not like to procrastinate, so she left the guest house. Although it was late, she still rushed to Thousand Cranes Tower. Moreover, with a carriage, it was convenient to go anywhere. She did not have to worry about returning late at night. Yushu inquired about Wen Xiaoan's room at the counter in front of Thousand Cranes Tower. She entered the backyard and knocked on the door on the second floor. "Brother Wen, is Brother Wen in?" Yushu saw the light in the window and shouted several times before someone answered the door. "Who is it?" Wen Xiaoan frowned. When he opened the door and saw Yushu, he was stunned. He must have heard the news that she won the first prize. His expression was a little strange. He left the door open and turned to enter the room, but he did not refuse her. Yushu smelled a trace of alcohol and guessed that he was worried about not being able to enter Taisher Shuyuan, so she did not care that a grade 8 like him was rude in front of grade 4 like her. She followed him in with a smile. Seeing wine and dishes on the table, she secretly thought that he was living a good life. She tried to find something to talk about. "Did I come at the wrong time to disturb Brother Wen's meal?" When Xiaoan glanced at her and said in a stiff tone, "What are you doing here?" Yushu sat down opposite him. She wanted to tease him, so she asked knowingly, "Are you worried about how to enter Taisher Shuyuan?" "It's none of your business." When Xiaoan had run into a wall these days. When it came to this matter, he pulled a long face. Yushu looked at his long face with a smile and said, "Was it none of my business? If I said that I came here today to help you solve your problem, would you believe it?" When Xiaoan immediately sat up straight and stared at Yushu doubtfully. "What do you mean?" Seeing that he was nervous, Yushu no longer had bad intentions. She said seriously, "Today I asked for another admission place. Before I came here, I went to visit the 9th Prince and gave the extra place to you. The 9th Prince promised to arrange for you to study in Taisher Shuyuan in a few days." When Xiaoan was stunned for a moment. The next moment, he knocked down the chair and stood up. "Are you serious?" Yushu nodded. "Why would I coax you?" When Xiaoan was pleasantly surprised. The gloominess on his face was gone. He rubbed his palms and walked back and forth. He was so excited as if he had won the top 3 again. He could not even speak clearly. This thank you, miss you. Please forgive me if I have offended you before." Yushu waved her hand casually and said, "You don't have to be so polite. How are you going to thank me?" It was a joke, but when Xiaoan took it seriously. He said seriously, "If you need me in the future, please order me." Chapter 382. Dear guests, your order has arrived. Where's Pinky? Yushu's reputation as a female fortune teller had finally been solidified after being personally received by the great Tianyi yesterday. Early this morning, Pei Jing had come to discuss with Zhao Hui and her husband how to hold a banquet to celebrate Yu Shu's success. Pei Jing wanted to hold at least 50 tables for the banquet to be grand and worthy of Yu Shu's current status. However, Zhao Hui's house was only so big. Not to mention 50 tables, even 10 tables would be too crowded. Yu Shu woke up late. She walked into the dining room and heard their discussion. She laughed and said, "There's no need to be so extravagant. Just hold as many tables as you can. I only have a few friends to invite. There won't be enough seats, even if there are too many." Zhao Hui, the woman, was the first to agree. "How is it extravagant? Don't you invite your neighbors? The more people there are, the livelier it is, and the more festive it will be. A few tables of banquets will be too shabby and will make people laugh at you." Pei Jing also said, "Back in the day, when your uncle passed the exam to be a great fortune teller, we held 50 tables of banquets at home. We ate for a day and a night before resting. You don't have to worry about being extravagant. Everyone has to do this when they have such a joyous occasion. This is normal. Even the gods in heaven can't control it." Being stared at by the two, Yu Shu scratched her head. She just sat quietly like he Fangji and did not say anything. However, Pei Jing and Zhao Hui did not let her go. They asked her every 3 questions, and she had to answer them. Yu Shu had a headache and regretted not sleeping until noon. Finally, after a heated discussion, Pei Jing and Zhao Hui came up with an idea. Since their house was not big enough, they would book a big enough restaurant and treat the guests on that day. Just at this moment, a servant reported that Shui Rui had arrived. Yu Shu took this opportunity to slip away and went to the front to meet the guest. The moment she saw Shui Rui, Yu Shu complained to him, "My mother and Uncle Pei quarreled for the entire morning just to celebrate with me." Shui Rui's heart ached for her dispirited face, so he said, "What's so difficult about this? Just set up the banquet in Wang Ji restaurant. No matter how many guests there are, I'll spare a whole day for you and have a banquet from morning till night. No matter how much you eat, it's all yours. What's wrong with that?" Of course, only an idiot would think it's not good. Yu Shu rolled her eyes and thought to herself, "What a fool." Shui Rui poked her forehead lightly. "Then why are you making a face?" Yu Shu pursed her lips and sat down on a chair. "I'm afraid that I'll have nightmares when I sleep at night." Shui Rui laughed in spite of himself and suddenly let out a long sigh. He said gloomily, "Anyway, you're going to enter Taisher Library. The contract we made before is no longer effective. You'll be leaving Wang Ji restaurant soon. This time, I'll give you a farewell." When Yu Shu heard Shui Rui's words, she remembered that she had signed a contract with Shui Rui before. It was said that she would stay at Wang Ji restaurant to manage for 3 years. If she successfully entered Taisher Library, the contract would be invalid. She didn't have to stay anymore. At that time, Yu Shu didn't want to be tied down by this side job. Now that she heard Shui Rui say that he would give her a farewell, she didn't feel good instead. It was as if they would break up once she left Wang Ji restaurant. She didn't like this feeling. Frankly speaking, her days as a manager at Wang Ji restaurant were not bad. She usually checked the accounts and did the statistics once every half a month. It didn't take much effort. The shopkeeper and maids were very considerate, and the cooking skills of the cook were very to her liking. She really couldn't bear to leave like this. Shui Rui could see Yu Shu's reluctance to leave. He was happy in his heart, but he didn't ask her to stay. He waited for her to make her own decision. Yu Shu hesitated for a while and stammered, Otherwise what?" Shui Rui patiently guided her. "Otherwise, I won't leave," Yu Shu said. Suddenly, she felt comfortable. After all, she didn't want to go against her heart. She was willing to spare some energy to stay at Wang Ji restaurant and continue to be her manager. Shui Rui's eyes curved into a smile as he replied, "Okay." Only then did he put down his worries and sat opposite Yu Shu. Yu Shu rolled her eyes and suggested, "In this case, we should change the irrevocable contract we signed before." Shui Rui nodded. "Yes, it should be changed. You are now a fortune teller. If you can stay in Wang Ji restaurant to help me, I will not treat you badly. I will give you 10% of the bonus. How much do you think is appropriate for your monthly salary?" Yu Shu hurriedly waved her hand. "You misunderstood me. I'm not asking for a bonus. I just want to say that it doesn't take much energy for me to check the accounts for you every month. Let's just treat the previous contract as null and void. I don't want a bonus or salary. But every time I go to the building, I have to eat and drink. Just put on the public account. Hearing her words, Shui Rue was happy in his heart. But he shook his head and refused to agree. He stroked his sleeves and suddenly asked, Shu, do you know why there are 6 subjects in Dian, but only arithmetic is a separate subject? Yushu shook her head and said blankly, What's the reason for this? Shui Rue nodded and said, In the previous dynasty, there was no such thing as Dian examination in the imperial court. There were only civil and military examinations. Arithmetic was originally included in the imperial examination. After the founding of Dan, Emperor Anwu taught us to respect the Tao and prosper. These words came from the bottom of his heart. When Yushu heard it, she felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring. She felt comfortable from head to toe. She could vaguely feel a gust of hot air rising. Her ears were red and her eyes were burning. Big brother. Yushu sniffled and called out softly. There was a trace of emotion in her voice that even she herself did not notice. Shui Rue looked at Yushu's rare female behavior and was very satisfied. He did not make a sound. The two sat quietly until Yushu calmed down. She rubbed her nose in embarrassment and said, I am happy to help you. I'm happy to help you. If you continue to calculate money for me, then you're looking down on me. If that happens, then I'm going to get angry. Shui Rue pondered for a moment, and then he said, All right, I won't calculate money with you, so don't bother about it with me as well. Your celebratory banquet will be held in the Forgotten Opportunity Pavilion, and it won't be changed. Yushu did not pester him and smiled heartily. Okay, it's settled. The two got what they wanted and were happy. Shui Rue chatted with Yushu for a while before leaving. He still had a banquet to attend at noon, so he could not stay for lunch. After Shui Rue left, Yushu told Pei Jing and Zhao Hui about the decision to hold a banquet in Wang Ji restaurant. She was afraid that the elders would worry too much, so she did not say that Shui Rue would pay the bill. She only told them that she had been doing the accounts in this restaurant before. Even though Pei Jing knew that the dishes in this newly opened restaurant of Wang Ji restaurant were expensive, his family was rich. After he entered the capital city, he had made a windfall, so he was not afraid that he would not be able to support Yushu. Little did he know that Shui Rue had already taken care of the matter of treating them, so he did not need to consider the issue of expenses at all. So the banquet was finalized. All that was left was for Yushu to choose a good day and prepare the invitation. In the morning, Shui Rue came. In the afternoon, Lu Tan sent a steward to Yushu's house. When the steward saw her, he said, In order to thank you, Swansea, for his help in the Double Suns meeting, His Highness asked me to pick a few small courtyards in the capital. Please choose one that you like. Then he took out a red list and handed it to Yushu. The location and size of each house were written on it. At first, Yushu was a little flattered. In the past 2 times, Lu Tan gave her gifts, and each time he gave her a big gift. This time, he was even more generous. He even wanted to give her a house. But then she thought about the help she had given to Lu Tan, so it was not a big deal to accept a house. So she took the red list and looked at it. Who knew that when she looked at it, her hands softened? This was not a small courtyard. It was clearly a big house. The smallest house had 3 entrances and 3 exits, which was equivalent to 2 of the courtyards where her family lived now. Moreover, these big houses were located in the northern part of the city. The location was very good, and the value increased several times. Still not accepting it? Yushu hesitated. The steward was also a sensible person. Looking at Yushu's expression, he smiled and persuaded. If Miss can't make up your mind, you might as well find a free time and see the house with your own eyes. You must first like it, then you can decide whether or not to accept it. Yushu coughed twice and pretended to be serious. She nodded and said, That's right. Then I'll go take a look tomorrow. Chapter 383. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the mathematics results were released. Yu Shu took some time in the morning to bring Yu Xiaoxiu to the north of the city to look at the houses that Lu Tan intended to give to her. Sister, is he really going to give you a house? Yu Xiaoxiu sat in his family's horse carriage, leaning against the rare glass window and looking out. He turned his head and asked Yu Shu with uncertainty. Of course it's true. Yu Shu fiddled with the set of porcelain on the coffee table. Before leaving, she had Yindo brew tea. This was the flower tea leaves that Shui Rue had given her a long time ago, and it tasted very fragrant. Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head and stammered. Then when we move to a new house, can we bring Mother to live with us? Yu Shu frowned slightly. Thinking of Aunt Shui's craftiness, she was annoyed. Thus, she tried to reason with Yu Xiaoxiu. Mother ran away from the Ji family after all. Why can't she avoid the limelight for 2 or 3 years? Sister is now a fortune teller. In the future, there will be many people coming to visit us. It'll be hard to avoid gossip. If you miss her, you can visit her often, or you can stay at Mother's place for a few days. That's fine too. Yu Shu could not be blamed for driving a wedge between mother and son. Aunt Shui was a troublemaker. If they really lived under the same roof, she might cause chaos in the family. Yu Xiaoxiu was at an age where he was determined. With such a mother holding him back, he might grow up crooked. If that happened, it would be too late for Yu Shu to cry. It was better to be ruthless now. Yes, I understand. Yu Xiaoxiu was very sensible. He guessed that living with Aunt Shui would affect Yu Shu. Although he was a little disappointed, he didn't want to cause trouble for Yu Shu. Yu Shu spent the entire morning looking at 3 mansions. The largest of them was a compound with 5 entrances near the Spring River. There were dozens of rooms in the front and back, and there was even a large flower garden. However, the one that caught Yu Shu's eyes the most was a smaller one. It had 4 entrances and 3 doors, and it had a courtyard that spanned from the north to the south. Inside, there were 2 small gardens, a small bridge, a pond, and flowers. The feng shui here was also smoother than the other 2. It could be considered a blessing. Yu Shu asked Yu Xiaoxiu which one he liked. This child had long been blinded by these large residences. How could he tell if they were good or bad? In the end, it was the housekeeper sent by Lu Tan who said something that allowed Yu Shu to make the final decision. Don't think I'm talkative. The house by the river is big, but most of the neighbors are idle and lack people. This 4-section residence was different. Its eastern neighbor was the residence of Scholar Song of the Graceful Literature Pavilion. The first house at the end of the street is occupied by Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice. If the neighbors visit each other, it will be more or less a social network. All right, let's do it here. Lu Tan's people were efficient. They passed the title deed to Yu Shu. Both parties signed a contract and stamped Lu Tan's personal seal. Soon, a large house was added to Yu Shu's name. However, the courtyard was mostly empty. There wasn't much ready-made furniture. If she wanted to move in, she would need to tidy it up. Yu Shu came back from looking at the house. She went to the princess's residence on the way. She hadn't seen Jing Chen visit her in the days since she became an accountant. She didn't care about it before, but when she thought about it carefully last night, she felt unhappy. Such a happy event happened to her, and all her relatives and friends expressed their support. Even Xia Mingming, who couldn't go out, asked someone to send a thick letter to Wanji Tower. Jing Chen, her life and death friend, didn't do anything, as if he didn't care about her at all. She came in to take a look. What was Jing Chen busy with? If he was just taking care of his junior sister, he shouldn't have the time to send someone to her house to congratulate her. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu got off the carriage in front of the princess's residence. One of the guards at the gate knew Yu Shu. When he saw her, he came up to greet her. "Miss you. Is your young master at the residence?" "Young master just went out not long ago." "Do you know where he went?" "I'm not sure." Yu Shu missed. She angrily pulled Yu Xiaoxiu back to the carriage and told Lu Zhong to go home. Yu Xiaoxiu saw that Yu Shu didn't look good and couldn't help thinking. In the past, they lived with Brother Jing and ate and drank together like a family. But since Brother Jing regained his memory and became a relative of the emperor, he rarely contacted them. In the past month, he didn't even go to their house. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know what happened, but he felt sorry for his sister. After all, Yu Shu never left Jing Chen, and Yu Xiaoxiu had seen it all. Although he was young and didn't understand love, he thought that people should be grateful. So he was a little dissatisfied with Jing Chun and even thought that he was ungrateful. Sister, Yu Xiaoxiu leaned towards Yushu and pulled her sleeve to comfort her. Brother Jing is different from before. We are common people, and he is a member of the royal family. We can't get close to him. It's fine if he doesn't come to you, but we don't have to curry favor with him. Hearing this, Yushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She reached out and flicked Yu Xiaoxiu's forehead and scolded. Nonsense. Who is trying to curry favor with whom? Your brother Jing is a noble, but your sister is not a useless person. Why do I need to curry favor with others? Didn't you have a good relationship with Jing Chen before? Why did you become estranged after not seeing him for a few days? Yu Xiaoxiu murmured, It's not just a few days. It's been a month. Yushu said stiffly, So what? We see each other every day. It's good if we don't see each other every day. Didn't the headmaster of the academy teach you that a gentleman's friendship is as indifferent as water? Yu Xiaoxiu was not convinced and said, Then Brother Shui often comes to our house. It doesn't mean that you don't have a good relationship, does it? Yushu was speechless by Yu Xiaoxiu. She wanted to say a few words of justice for Jing Chun, but she got herself involved in it. She felt embarrassed, so she pulled a long face and said to Yu Xiaoxiu angrily, You kid, I say the bald and you say the blind. I say the eggplant and you say the cucumber. Who taught you to talk back to your sister? Yu Xiaoxiu didn't expect that Yushu would be angry at him because of a few words. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but he was afraid of making Yushu angry. So he turned his head and said no more. The sister and brother were in a deadlock all the way home. As soon as the carriage stopped, Yu Xiaoxiu pushed the door and jumped out. Yushu got out with a straight face. She turned her head and saw the carriage parked across the road. She was stunned. Yu Xiaoxiu also saw the carriage. He bit his lips and ran into the yard with his head down. When he passed by the door of the living room, he let someone call him. He pretended not to hear and didn't even turn his head. Yushu walked to the door of the living room with mixed feelings. She saw Jing Chen sitting on a chair and drinking tea. She greeted him dryly. When did you come over? Jing Chen smiled slightly. He raised the cup in his hand. I just drank 2 cups of tea. Yushu sat down beside him and turned her head to look at his emotionless face. She suddenly didn't know what to say. When she went to the princess residence to look for him, she prepared to say what she wanted to say. But when she saw him, she couldn't remember a word. Jing Chen spoke first. I heard from Chongyin that you won first place in the yin examination. Now it's already a foregone conclusion. Congratulations. Yushu's smile was a little forced. It's been a few days, and you just found out. She thought that it was a joyous occasion, but in Jing Chen's eyes, it was just a false reputation. There was nothing to be happy about. Jing Chen had a trace of guilt on his face. I was researching prescriptions in the Imperial Hospital a few days ago and just left the palace yesterday. Researching prescriptions? You shouldn't need to ask. She also knew that it was for Shui Yun. Seeing the man who once made her dig out her heart and lungs was now doing his best for another woman, but not caring about her. Although Yushu had already let go of this relationship that ended without a cause, she still felt a trace of sadness. Yushu didn't want to pretend to care about Shui Yun's injury, so she skipped this topic and asked, By the way, did you put away that sword? Jing Chen nodded. That's good. After a while, I will find a fake one to send over to you. There's no hurry. I don't have time to practice the sword these days. No one will find out. Jing Chen put the teacup in his hand aside and looked helplessly at Yushu. I was too busy and couldn't explain the chaotic sky divination record to you. Where have you memorized it? I've almost memorized the first part. Those 2 handwritten copies, Yushu would flip through them every night. She had a good memory and had memorized almost a third of it. Jing Chen thought for a moment and said, If you're not busy in the future, you might as well come to the princess residence. After changing Shui Yun's medicine every day, I will explain it to you for half an hour. When Yushu heard that she wanted to talk to Shui Yun, she didn't even think about it and shook her head. No, the 9th prince didn't tell you. I will go to the Imperial Historian's library to study. How can I run to the princess residence every day? I will wait a little longer. Taoist master Huai Xian's chaotic sky divination record was not very difficult to understand. Every time Yushu studied it by herself, she would more or less gain some insight. Even the astrolabe was explained in the book. Just as Shui Yun had told her that day in the tea house. She could comprehend it on her own, but the progress would be much slower. Yushu had no intention of learning, so Jingchen didn't force her. He reached into his sleeve and took out a palm-sized sachet and handed it to her. Yushu took it suspiciously. As soon as she touched the round bulge in her hand, she guessed what it was. Yellow frost stone? And you can keep it. It should be yours. Yushu held the yellow frost stone, but she didn't feel much joy. Instead, she felt it was ironic. Because she knew that she would be killed, she asked Jing Chun to borrow this precious stone to save her life. However, he told her that Shui Yun had taken it and couldn't give it to her. Now that everything was calm and she no longer needed it, he said that the yellow frost stone should be hers. It wasn't that Yushu hadn't been sad and angry about the various changes that had occurred to Jing Chun after he had recovered his memories. However, she had always endured it and didn't want to flare up. Today, when she saw Huang Shuangshi, she recalled how Shui Yun had schemed against her and how she had disregarded her life and death. The fire in her heart burned. However, Jing Chun was kept in the dark. At this time, he said a few words, which was tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. Shui Yun knew that I gave the yellow frost stone to you long ago. Last time, I had no choice but to borrow it, so I felt very guilty. She asked me to apologize to you and must return it to you. Huh? Yushu sneered and suddenly turned hostile. I don't dare to accept something that your junior sister has used before. Otherwise, if I lose my life one day, I won't even know how I died. You should take this treasure back. After saying this, she threw the sachet into Jing Chen's arms, got up and walked out, shouting in a deep voice, "See the guest out." Jing Chen was stunned by Yushu's cold words. He blankly caught the sachet hanging from his chest and hurriedly called Yushu. "Xiao Yu, why are you doing this? I don't understand." Yushu walked to the door, turned her head and sneered. "If you don't understand, go back to your junior sister and ask her what she has done." Chapter 384. Shuyan Pavilion was Princess Luyue's favorite residence. Ever since Shui Yun's limbs were seriously injured, she had been living here to recuperate. Jing Chun came back from Yushu's place and quickly entered the attic. Shui Yun was lying on her side on the bed, and two palace maids were carefully supporting her and feeding her water. She suddenly saw Jing Chun, who had just left the estate not long ago, return like a gust of wind. She asked in confusion, "Didn't Senior Marshal Brother go to find Miss you? Why are you back so quickly?" Jing Chun walked to the side of the bed, his face as dark as still water. Instead of answering, he asked, "Did you go to look for Xiaoyu on the day of the accident on purpose?" After seeing Yushu's anger, Jing Chen thought about why Yushu held a grudge against Shui Yun on the way back. Why was she so guarded against her words and actions? The two of them clearly didn't have much interaction. If he really thought about it, it was only when they were drugged and taken away in a tea house in the downtown. Jing Chen knew that Shui Yun went down the mountain this time to experience a death tribulation. However, his cultivation wasn't as good as his teacher's, so he could only barely predict that Shui Yun would be in trouble. He didn't know the day of her tribulation. It was such a coincidence that on the day Shui Yun helped him deliver the manuscript and astrolabe to Yushu, the two of them met with an accident. Jing Chun didn't suspect Shui Yun before. Firstly, Shui Yun's limbs were injured and her legs were crippled. He didn't think much about it, because he was eager to treat her. Secondly, Yushu was willing to be a mute and didn't reveal anything to him. He was kept in the dark until today. Shui Yun didn't have a trace of guilt on her face after being questioned by Jing Chun. She calmly let the palace maids help her lean against the headboard. "You guys go out first and see if the medicine is ready. I have some private matters to discuss with Senior Marshal Brother. No one is allowed to come up without being summoned." "Yes." After the palace maids retreated, she smiled nonchalantly at Jing Chun and said, "Senior Marshal Brother, are you suspecting that I knew that I would be killed that day, so I deliberately dragged Miss Yu into danger with me. Jing Chun didn't find it awkward to question Shui Yun like this. He nodded and said frankly, I suspect you. Seeing that he was so direct, Shui Yun sighed softly and smiled bitterly. Did Miss Yu say something to you? Jing Chun said, she didn't say much. He just wanted me to come back and ask you. Shui Yun's head drooped, her shoulders weakly leaning against the pillow. After a while, she faintly said, not bad. I did on purpose. Jing Chen's usually calm eyes suddenly sharpened as he asked in a deep voice, why? This was what Jing Chun could not figure out. He knew Yu Shu's character. She had always been the type of person who would respect me for a foot, and I will respect you for a foot. For her to be so angry to the point of getting angry at him, it must be because Shui Yun had done something to provoke her first. He guessed that Shui Yun deliberately pulled Yu Shu into danger on the day of the tribulation, but he couldn't figure out why his junior sister would frame his hard-earned friend. Senior martial brother asked me why, but why don't you ask yourself first? Shui Yun slowly raised her head and looked deeply at Jing Chun. Her eyes were a bit reproachful and seemed to be enduring. In the end, she had to say, Senior martial brother, have you forgotten? Why did you go down the mountain and enter the world? Martial uncle, my father, and a few elders in order to protect your life. Now their lives are hanging on your shoulders, and there are only 3 years left. But you fell into the world of mortals and were fascinated by a woman. You almost wanted to shake your Tao heart and endanger these elders who risked their lives for you. I watched helplessly as you went astray. How could I sit back and do nothing? Since you want to ask, I will tell you the truth. I deliberately dragged her into danger with me, risking going against the heavens and damaging her virtue if I could let her die in my death tribulation. If I can make her die in my tribulation, I will also cut off the root of this disaster. If Yushu heard this, she would definitely be dumbfounded. This statement was completely different from what Shui Yun told her when she came to visit the patient that day. It was obvious that Shui Yun was revealing it now. This was the real reason why she pulled Yu Shu into the water. It turned out that it wasn't to escape death, but she really wanted to take Yu Shu's life. In the face of Shui Yun's righteous words and a sense of righteousness, Jing Chen's eyes quickly darkened. The sharp light was no longer there, and at this moment, it was completely covered by guilt. Even though Shui Yun's accusation was presumptuous, he couldn't refute it because he had indeed been moved by a woman when he lost his memory. He didn't remember his master's warning and advice before he went down the mountain, and he almost harmed the elders of the sect who had treated him with great kindness. Moreover, he knew that Yu Shu was a hindrance to his Tao heart, but he couldn't bear to cut off his fate with her. He thought that as long as his Tao heart didn't waver, he wouldn't be harmful, who knew that he would still bring disaster to her. He felt guilty to his master and to her. Shui Yun laughed bitterly and looked at the silent Jing Chun. She laughed at herself and said, Miss Yu hasn't been hurt yet. She can run and jump and live very freely. She can even coax you to come to me to punish me for her. Senior martial brother, we grew up together, and our relationship of more than 10 years can't compare to you knowing a woman for a short year. Fine, even if I can't compare, what about my martial uncles and my father? They have loved you since you were young and have done their best for you. Don't you care about them? Jing Chen's heart was pure and without any distracting thoughts. Whether he was happy or angry, he was as calm as water. He would rarely be swayed by emotions. But at this time, he couldn't tell whether he should stick to his heart and protect Yu Shu or feel guilty and forgive Shui Yun. Jing Chen's expression was blank. The elders of the sect had saved his life and raised him up. His junior sister and he were brothers and sisters. But Yu Shu had saved his life. They were friends of life and death. How could he violate the promise of the past? The two choices were difficult. Both were important. To gain righteousness, one must first abandon affection. How should he choose? Shui Yun couldn't bear to see Jing Chun struggling like this. But if she didn't force him to make a choice now, it would be harder for him to give up in the future. Senior martial brother, The sect master once taught that the human heart is the most difficult to control. That's why we cultivators must first cultivate the heart. Although you have a natural spiritual root, and your cultivation is far better than your martial brothers and sisters, you are also a person with a mortal body. There will always be a time when you lose your mind. Don't think that you can't endanger the lives of the martial uncles if you don't move your heart. If you wait until that day comes, it will be too late. Why don't you cut off contact with Miss Yu as soon as possible? Then I can rest assured. Otherwise, Shui Yun's face suddenly darkened, and a resolute look appeared in her delicate eyes. I will help you cut off this root of trouble. No. Jing Chun seemed to wake up from a dream and shouted. The confusion in his eyes hadn't faded, but he subconsciously looked at Shui Yun with a cold expression. He warned in a low voice, "If you hurt her, even if we are brothers and sisters, I won't forgive you." Chapter 385. First update, begging for pink. Yushu was leaning on the bed with her shoes and socks still on. Her palms were rubbing Kim Bao's soft back hair. Kim Bao noticed that she was in a bad mood, so he obediently lay under her palms. His two front paws supported his small head, and his beard curled up. At noon, after driving Jingchun away, Yushu had no appetite for lunch. Thinking about Jingchun and Shui Yun, she just lay there for the whole afternoon. There was a knock on the door. At first, Yushu ignored it. When she heard Yu Xiaoxiu's muffled groan outside the door, Yushu suddenly came back to her senses. She withdrew her thoughts and said, "Oh, it's Xiaoxiu. Come in." After entering the door, Yu Xiaoxiu first glanced at Yushu cautiously. Then he put his hands behind his back, leaned against the door, and put his feet together. He lowered his head and said, "Sister, it was my fault this morning. I shouldn't have said bad things about Brother Jing. I shouldn't have talked back to you. If you are angry, you can scold me and beat me. Don't sulk and refuse to eat, okay?" At the last sentence, Yu Xiaoxiu raised his head slightly and looked at Yushu. His small eyes were begging, which immediately made Yushu's heart soften. She was not angry with him, so how could she bear to let him blame himself? So she raised her hand and waved at him, "Come here." With such a wave of her hand, Yu Xiaoxiu walked over obediently, without any awkwardness. He was pulled by Yushu to sit on the bed and drove Kim Bao aside. She pinched Yu Xiaoxiu's wrist, which was thinner than hers, and said softly, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Xiaoxiu is so sensible. I don't have enough time to care about you. How could I scold and beat you?" As soon as her tone softened, Yu Xiaoxiu knew that the rain had passed and the sky was clear. Suddenly, his grievance resurfaced. He took Yushu's hand and shook it. "I don't really want to talk back to you. I just can't stand the fact that you're so nice to Brother Jing. You're even nicer to him than to me. But now he's staying away from us. You're even bothering me because of him." Yushu burst into laughter. She thought to herself that this child could still be jealous. She pinched his cheeks and said, "Let's go. Jingchun is Jingchun. He's my life friend. As long as he doesn't betray us first, I can't turn my back on him. But you are you. You're the only blood brother I have in this life. In this world, there's no one more intimate than us siblings. Even if I scold you, in the end, you're still the one who loves me the most. Remember this." Hearing this promise, Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes immediately turned red. He nodded vigorously and repeated Yushu's words today. They were blood-related siblings. No one could kiss them more than they did. This child, Yu Xiaoxiu, was actually very pitiful. Disregarding concubine Shui's lack of maternal love, he was just someone who had no one to care for him. In addition, the original older sister was lazy and useless, so he was forced to mature early. During the days when he lived under the roof of the Ji family, he was humiliated and fooled by a group of young masters and ladies. It was common for them to beat and scold him. His mother didn't even care and turned a blind eye to it. Later, he was kicked out of the Ji family with Yushu. After moving to the capital, he finally had a few good days. He lived in a big house, slept in a big bed, ate well, went to school, and had a fortune-teller sister that everyone envied. He always felt uneasy. He was afraid that this was just a dream. When he woke up one day, he would still be in the big courtyard of the G family as a poor person. And Yushu was the only one he could rely on in this world. He firmly believed that as long as his sister was alive, he would not be a little boy who could be bullied by others. Yushu didn't know that her sincere words had inadvertently dispelled the last layer of inferiority in Yu Xiaoxiu. The poor person who lived in the bottom of his heart disappeared without a trace. What was left was a real 13-year-old young man who looked forward to the future. The brother and sister quarreled with each other. In less than a day, they were reconciled. Yushu didn't think about those troubles. Her mood quickly improved. Seeing that the sky was still dark outside, she asked Yindo to tell Zhao Hui that they wouldn't stay at home for dinner. She led Yu Xiaoxiu out. "Sister, where are we going now?" "There's a big restaurant in the north of the city. I help your brother Shui take care of the accounts there. I will take you there to see your brother Shui. See if he is free recently. When the weather is good, he will take us to the suburbs to ride horses. Okay?" Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes brightened. He almost raised his hands and feet to say yes. This was not a whim of Yushu. She had long wanted to try the feeling of riding on the back of a horse. Riding the wind, she didn't know what kind of pleasure it was. After Shui Rui finished reviewing the official documents for the past few days in the Supreme Court, when he left the house, he saw the red glow of the setting sun in the west of the city. He was suddenly in the mood to drink, so he asked Lao Chui to drive the carriage to the Wangji Tavern. Lin Fu knew that Shui Rui was coming, so he hurriedly asked the waiter to do the chores in the front and went to the back to accompany him. Shui Rui didn't need him to serve him. He just asked the kitchen to cook a few simple dishes to go with the wine. He changed into a loose, white cotton gown and took it to the balcony on the third floor. He put a recliner and looked at the setting sun, enjoying the scenery of the city. While he was enjoying himself, someone disturbed him. Shui Rui heard the sound of the white jade bead curtain behind him. Gue Qi, who was guarding outside the balcony, stopped her. "Miss, please wait. This is not the place to receive guests. Please go downstairs. I am Princess Shiwan. Get out of the way. I know your young master is here. I want to see him." "Princess, please calm down. I have eyes but failed to see." Shui Rui's mood was ruined. He put down his bent left leg and stepped on his shoes. While Gue Qi was stopping people outside, he adjusted his clothes and said with half a glass of wine in his hand, "It's Shiwan. Come in." Shui Rui felt strange. His cousin had always been dignified and sensible in front of others. Why did she put on airs in front of him? He could hear that she was angry. He didn't know what happened. Just when he was guessing, the bead curtain outside the balcony was pulled open. In the blink of an eye, Shiwan came to him. She was still wearing a cumbersome wide-sleeved robe, and her makeup was exquisite. It was obvious that she had just come out from the tea party of the noble ladies. Shui Rui looked at Shiwan, who was angry, and her eyes were red. He frowned and followed his duty as an elder brother. He sat up straight and said with concern, "Princess, have you been wronged?" Shiwan clenched her fist and bit her lips. She lowered her voice and asked, "Are you going to be engaged to Rui Zizhu?" Shui Rui really frowned this time. He waved his hand to let Gue Qi guard outside and asked, "Where did you hear it?" His grandfather had mentioned to him that the marriage with Count Zhongyong's mansion was not bad, but there was no matchmaker, no betrothal, and nothing was set in stone. His marriage had a lot of implications. Before he agreed, the Shui family would not let any news out. However, Shiwan was only an aunt's cousin, so where did she get the news? Shiwan guessed that it was true when she saw Shui Rui's expression. Her heart sank. When she was about to lose her temper, she found that Shui Rui's face turned cold before her. She changed her mind and quickly restrained her attitude. She pursed her lips and said in a pitiful voice, "Princess Jiejie has only passed away for 3 years. Her body is not cold yet. You are in a hurry to get married and forget your old friend. You are too heartless. I feel injustice for my sister. She died unjustly for the short-lived Shui family. If you break your promise and marry another woman, I won't recognize you as my cousin anymore." Shui Rui stared coldly at her and waited for her to finish speaking. He didn't say a word as he tightened his grip on the cup in his hand. The porcelain cup couldn't bear the heavy burden, and without any warning, It cracked open and shattered in his palm. Ah! Shuwen was shocked. She covered her mouth and looked up along with the blood overflowing from his hand. She saw Shui Rui's face was frosty. He was not gentle like before. He seemed to be a completely different person. He was a person who did not like to be angry. If he really lost his temper, few people could bear it. Remember, Shui Rui held the broken pieces in his hand and said word by word in Shi Wen's ears. Princess Tongning accidentally fell off the building and died. It has nothing to do with my third sister. Shi Wen felt scared. Her lips trembled and her face was pale. She did not dare not to nod. She took out a handkerchief with a crying face and handed it to him. She squatted down and said, "Brother Rui, don't be angry. I spoke carelessly. It was all their nonsense. I was anxious and said the wrong words. In fact, I didn't know that Sister Tongning was killed by my third sister. You let go. Don't hold these." Shui Rui's face was taut. He raised his arm to separate Shi Wen and threw away the broken pieces in his hand. He was a person who knew how to restrain himself and would not let his temper get out. Just as he was about to send Shi Wen away, Shui Rui heard someone coming from outside the courtyard. "Gui Qi, is my eldest brother inside? Miss, you are here. This young master is meeting guests. Why don't you wait down there?" When Shui Rui heard Yushu's voice, he turned around to have a look. As he was distracted, Shi Wen wrapped his palm with a handkerchief and held his bleeding palm. The white jade bead curtain outside the patio was not airtight, so Yushu could easily see the figures inside. It seemed to be Shui Rui and a woman. She raised her eyebrows and thought to herself, "What's there to be ashamed of?" Even though she agreed verbally, she turned her head and pretended to leave, but her hand suddenly pointed outside the building, and she said in surprise, "Look at the big bird." This was one of the top few tricks on the list, but it was useful. Gui Qi had just turned his head when Yushu squeezed through the curtain with a grin on her face. She stood up straight and looked at the situation on the patio. Her grin froze. Shui Rui's hand was still being held by Shi Wen, so he did not react in time. Shi Wen's reddened eyes were filled with tears as she half squatted and half knelt in front of him. Anyone who saw the two of them would misunderstand, let alone Yushu, who was extremely imaginative. Yushu thought she had found out some adultery. She was so embarrassed. She scratched her head and wanted to retreat. However, she felt that it was too direct and not natural enough. She stuttered and said, "You are so close as cousins." Shi Wen, Shui Rui, and Shi Wen both had blue veins bulging on their foreheads. No matter how stiff the atmosphere was a moment ago, they both hated Yushu at this moment. Yushu wanted to slip away after saying that. However, it was not easy to leave. "Wait." Shui Rui stopped her because he knew that if she really ran away today, she would make things difficult for him if he didn't explain the misunderstanding. Chapter 386. Updated. Yushu was originally unwilling to stand still, but from the corner of her eyes, she saw Shui Rui push away Shi Wen's hand and reveal his blood-red palm that was covered by a silk handkerchief, so she was stunned on the spot. In the next moment, she reacted to it and had already leaped over to push away a certain person who was slightly in the way. She grabbed Shui Rui's wrist and lifted the thin handkerchief. When she saw the badly mutilated appearance of his palm, her brows couldn't help but form a dead knot. Before Shui Rui said he was fine, she called Gui Qi outside with a dark face. "Go find a doctor and bring medicine for external injuries." Shui Rui felt less pain when he was pulled by her small hand. Seeing her nervous look, his face turned from gloomy to bright, and he said, "It's okay. It's just a superficial wound. I have medicine in my room, so there's no need to find a doctor." Yushu threw the germ-free handkerchief on the ground with a long face. She avoided his injured left hand and dragged Shui Rui's arm. "Then why don't you leave quickly? Why are you in a daze?" Shui Rui didn't get angry when he heard this. Instead, he smiled good-naturedly and stood up with her help. He turned to look at Shi Wen, whose face was green and red, and said calmly, "Your Highness, please go back. I'm injured, so I won't see you out." Yushu chose to be blind. She didn't even say goodbye to Shiwon because she didn't want to attract bad luck. It was important to find a place to disinfect and bandage Shui Rui's wound as soon as possible. However, when Shiwon saw that Shui Rui and Yu Shu were about to leave after making up with each other, and the latter did not even look her in the eye, she felt embarrassed. She didn't forget that Yu Shu made her lose her composure at the Lantern Festival. How could she allow her to be so presumptuous in front of her? Shiwon was proud. She was willing to pretend to be obedient in front of Shui Rui and Lu Jiong, but it didn't mean that she needed to hide her true nature. She secretly sneered and reached out to stop Yu Shu. Does Miss Yu not recognize me? Why aren't you bowing when you see this royal princess? When Yu Shu heard this, she almost laughed out loud. Why were all the young ladies in the capital like this? If she couldn't win a fight, she would use her status to pressure you and force you to bow. It was as if she really thought that she could slap them in the face by doing so. Ji Xingxuan was like that. Royal Princess Shiwen was the same. Wasn't it just bowing and greeting? She treated it as a form of worship to the god of plague. If this was in the past, Yushu might have just bowed to Shiwen and let it go. However, she had just obtained first place in the golden roll and had 2 rolls on her. The female fortune teller that hasn't appeared in 10 years. Who could be more glorious than her in this year's grand examination? It was the time when Yushu was in high spirits. She had finally waited for her luck to turn. What she hated most was to be humiliated and wronged. How could she let a little girl touch her bad luck at this time and block her luck? Not to mention the commandery princess. Not even a princess. Seeing that Shiwen was pestering him, Shui Rui was displeased and was about to speak. However, Yushu pinched his arm and gently pushed him. She said in a low voice, "Eldest brother, go back to your room to apply the medicine. I want to talk to the royal princess." When Shui Rui saw her secretly winking at him, he wasn't worried that Yushu would be at a disadvantage. It was a pity that she couldn't help him back to his room. He nodded, turned around, and walked out through the curtain that Gue Qi had opened. Only then did Yushu turn around and chat with Shiwen. "Your Royal Highness must be joking. Of course I recognize you. I just thought that noble people like you have short memory and don't remember me, so I didn't greet you." Shiwen coldly said, "How can I not recognize you? It's hard to forget someone as arrogant and rude as Miss Yu after seeing you once." Yushu chuckled. "Your Royal Highness recognizes me. That's good. I'll make up for my lack of manners earlier." After that, she lazily put her palms together and casually cupped her hands at Shiwen. She didn't even lower her head, let alone bow. This kind of perfunctory manner didn't have the slightest bit of respect. It was clearly humiliating. Shiwen immediately blushed. However, she had come in a hurry and didn't bring any bodyguards. There was only a maidservant waiting downstairs. She didn't even have anyone to order her around. She could only angrily say, "How dare you look down on the dignity of the imperial family? Slap yourself." Yushu raised her hand and touched her face. Of course, she wouldn't be stupid enough to slap herself. Instead, she asked an unimportant question. "May I ask, Your Royal Highness, what rank are you?" Shiwen frowned and coldly said, I'm a 6th rank official princess." "That's right." Yushu bared her white teeth at Shiwen. She pointed at herself and leaned closer to her with a mischievous smile. "Since your Royal Highness knows who I am, haven't you heard that I'm the 3rd-ranked fortune teller in this year's Dine rankings? I'm ranked 4th among the 9 ranks of the Dine rankings. I don't need to bow to officials below the 5th rank. You're a 6th-rank official princess without a title. You're not a prince or a princess. Do I need to bow to you? Even if you don't know how to count, you should be able to distinguish between 5 and 6, right?" Shiwen looked at Yushu's shameless appearance and felt a lump in her throat. She almost couldn't breathe. However, she was born into a noble family and talked about romance all day long. Her tongue was clean, and she didn't even know how to curse. Yushu, on the other hand, was smiling. She loved to see these arrogant little sisters lose their composure when she angered them to the point of losing their composure. It was said that those who were arrogant were afraid of those who were stupid. Those who were stupid were afraid of those who didn't care about their lives. and those who didn't care about their lives were afraid of those who didn't care about their lives. Princess, take care. I'm going to see how my eldest brother is doing. Yushu knew when to stop. She didn't intend to force Shiwen to pounce on her and bite her. That wouldn't be fun. If Yushu wanted to leave, Shiwen couldn't hold her back. After all, she was a noble. No matter how angry she was, she still had the necessary etiquette. She wouldn't do those rude things like scratching her face and pulling her hair. However, she still had to say some harsh words. For the sake of Brother Rue, I won't argue with a vulgar person like you. If you dare to offend me again, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Yushu listened to Shi Wen's superficial threat behind her. She curled her lips and thought to herself that she didn't know who was giving face to whom. As soon as Yushu left the patio terrace, Shiwen left with a bellyful of anger. It was not that she didn't want to care about Shui Rue's injury, but she was more afraid that Shui Rue would lose his temper when he saw her again and embarrass her in front of Yushu. Therefore, she left decisively. When Yushu returned to Shui Rue's room, the wound on his hand had been treated. He was lying on the soft couch, and Gu Qi was doing the final dressing. Yu Xiaoxiu was sitting on a chair at the side. On the coffee table beside him were all kinds of delicious pastries that Shui Rue had just asked someone to bring from the kitchen. Yushu walked over and took over Gu Qi's work. She sent him out the door. "Tell me, how did you do it?" Yushu sat beside him naturally. She held the back of his washed hand and circled around it. Shui Rue couldn't say that he crushed the cup in anger, so he said, "It's a new tea set that I asked someone to make. I didn't expect it to be so fragile. I crushed it with a little force." Yushu wouldn't believe him, but she wasn't in a hurry to expose him. She wrapped his hand and gently put it down. She turned to Yu Xiaoxiu and sighed. "Your brother Shui's hand is injured. He can't go on a horseback outing with us." Yu Xiaoxiu looked disappointed, but he nodded sensibly. Seeing this, Shui Rue guessed that the sister and brother came together today to ask him out for a trip. He was happy and worried at the same time. It was rare for Yushu to take the initiative to look for him, but it was ruined because of an accident. It would be nice to go on an outing. He could choose a sunny day to ride the horse and enjoy the scenery. Perhaps he could even take the opportunity to hold her hand or support her waist. He didn't want to ride the horse together for the time being, but it would be nice to let this lass who didn't have good eyesight see his heroic appearance while riding the horse. The more Shui Rue thought about it, the more he felt he was at a disadvantage. His eyes sparkled, but he was unwilling to give up. He coughed and said, "It's not that I can't go. It's just that one hand is not convenient for me to ride the horse all day. It's a small matter to hold the reins with one hand, but I need someone to protect you. How about this? You are familiar with Zhao Miao. He is good at teaching people how to ride a horse. Pick a good day, and let's go to the Sanli stream in the east of the city. What do you think?" Hearing that there was still hope, Yu Xiaoxiu immediately turned to look at Yushu. Shui Rue was also waiting for Yushu's decision. Both of them obviously knew who was in charge. Yushu was worried about Shui Rue's hand injury. She didn't want him to force it, but when she saw Yu Xiaoxiu looking forward to it, she couldn't bear to say no. She nodded and agreed after thinking about it. But she added, "Since we're going to call someone, it's better to bring Sister Jinxuan along." Shui Rue hesitated for a moment and said, "Jinxuan is not in good health. She needs to go in a carriage. It may be inconvenient to go with us. If you are not afraid of her trouble, you can't have fun." "What trouble?" Yushu gave him a contemptuous look and interrupted him directly. "Have you forgotten that I don't even know how to ride a horse? It's me and Xiaoxiu who are troublesome. It's not her turn." Yushu liked the weak third miss of the Shui family. So when she saw that Shui Rue's words seemed to dislike Shui Jin for looking for a burden, she was a little unhappy. Hearing Yushu's inadvertent words of protection, Shui Rue smiled knowingly. He knew that she misunderstood him, but he didn't explain. "Then it's settled. When I report to Taishu Shuyuan the day after tomorrow, we will go out to relax." Yushu made a decision. Both Yu Xiaoxiu and Shui Rue were happy. After a while, Yu Xiaoxiu was coaxed away by Shui Rue with a 3-foot-long fish. He followed Gu Qi to the warehouse to look at the novelty. Only Yushu and Shui Rue were left in the room. "Xiaoyu." Yushu was looking at a set of gold tea set on Shui Rue's table. She was trying to figure out how much it was worth. When she heard Shui Rue calling her, she didn't look back. Shui and I are just ordinary siblings. Don't misunderstand. Shui Rue consciously explained what Yushu saw before. Oh, I know. Yushu Xin said, it's not like I'm blind. Based on Shui Rue's lukewarm attitude towards Xuan just now, it's really impossible for something to happen between the two of them. Seeing that she didn't think much, Shui Rue should have been relieved. But because of her indifferent attitude, he felt depressed. Of course, he didn't expect Yushu, a girl with a one-track mind, to be jealous for him. But she didn't respond at all, which hurt his self-esteem. Just when Shui Rue didn't know whether he should be happy or sad, Yushu's next sentence made him want to cry. Ordinary siblings, just like us. Don't worry, I know. You know nothing. Chapter 387. The 19th of the third month was a good time to go out. Yesterday, there was a heavy spring rain. Yushu calculated a few days ago that it would be sunny today, so she set today as the day to enter the school. Zhao Hui hired someone to make her spring clothes. The weather was warm, and Yushu finally changed into new clothes. The tailor's skills were not new, but the stitches were well-proportioned and the material was good. The cloth that was given by the palace last time, Zhao Hui bought 2 sets for Yushu. Yushu changed into a yellow skirt that reached her ankles. Her shoulders were straight and her waist was slender. It was just that she was not used to the soft-soled, embroidered shoes, so she changed them into the short boots that she wore when she wore her clothes. It was too cumbersome. Her hair was also messed up and tied into a high bun. She wore a circle of magnolia flower buckles. Her temples were oiled and tied into a long ponytail. Looking in the mirror, Yushu was very satisfied with the fresh hairstyle. It was just that her eyebrows were a little tender and warm. She raised her eyebrows and grabbed the eyebrow pencil to thicken her eyebrows in front of the mirror. With such a small change, her whole face glowed with a rare heroic spirit. She did not look like a completely different person, but she was brighter than before. After putting away the private seal and the money bag that the Celestial Commissioner sent yesterday, Yushu did not even bring a maid. She went out alone and let Lu Zhong drive to Taishe Shuyuan. Yushu got out of the car near the yellow wooden door of Taishe Library that did not look like the main entrance, but was actually the main entrance. She turned her head to look for Xi and Lu. Both of them were new students in the library this year and had already made an appointment to be together when they entered the school. Lotus Room, I'm here. Yushu saw the petite Xi and Lu waving at her under an old tree not far away. She told Lu Zhong to wait at the street corner and walked towards her with a smile. I'm not familiar with the road. I'm late and made you wait. Yushu apologized first. Xi and Lu waved his hand and didn't care. I just arrived too. Let's go in quickly. I'm afraid I won't be able to get a room next door if we're late. As Yushu walked with her, she asked curiously, what do you mean? Are there a lot of newcomers this year? They were stopped by the guards at the gate. The two showed their official seals and were allowed to pass. Xi and Lu Chao curled his lips at Yushu and said, without concealing his voice, it's not that there are a lot of newcomers, it's that there are a lot of new girls. There are 7 or 8 of them. Yushu was amused and glad at the same time. She was amused that Xi and Lu did not hide the fact that she got in through the back door. She was glad that she was outstanding enough to squeeze out a position and her future was not blocked by real power. Xi and Lu saw Yushu's expression and thought she was worried, so he rolled his eyes. He patted her shoulder and said, You're not the same. You were selected with real ability. It's inevitable that there are a few girls from the aristocratic families in the capital who like to make trouble. But it doesn't matter. We'll be together, and they won't dare to make trouble. This was because Xi and Lu didn't know Yushu for a long time, so he didn't know her character. Yushu was not easy to deal with. She didn't put those young girls in her eyes at all. It was not the first time that Yushu came to the Taishe Library, but she only knew the location of the Dao-carrying tower, one of the 4 great collections. This was also Shui Rue who asked Feng Xiaomiao to secretly bring her in. Xi and Lu was different. Her grandfather was a high-ranking official of the Celestial Commissioner, and her family was also a rich and powerful family. It was not easy to sneak in. Xin Lu led her through a feng shui array. At the end of the road, there was a turn, and the scenery in front of her suddenly changed. She saw an open road, a hall with 8 doors open, red walls, and vermilion doors. People came and went from time to time, but it was not busy. Xin Lu told Yushu as they walked. The Taisha Library is not like other schools. There's only a chance to enter every 3 years, and there are only a dozen new students. At most, there are only 200 students staying here. There are also 18 academicians teaching 6 subjects, a few registrars and clerks, and servants who make tea and clean. There are no more than 50 people. There were a few wind chimes hanging under the eaves. When Yushu walked through the door, she heard a sweet, crisp sound. She looked up to find the sound. Just as she found the silver wind chimes hanging high, she heard Xin Lu arguing with someone in front of her. "Hey, let me see who it is." "Xin Fei Fei, didn't you disdain to be with us? Why did you follow us to the Taisha Library?" Yushu saw 2 15-year-old girls blocking Xin Lu at the door. The one who was talking was wearing a red dress. The conspicuous thing was a bright gold necklace hanging on her neck. The 5-grain longevity bells were very exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious that she was a young lady from the Yishui family. This girl's words were sharp, but Xin Lu was even more rude than her. "Chao Yuling, are you blind? Did I follow you here? Is the Taisha Library owned by your Chao family? I come as I like, I come as I like. You don't have anything to do with me. Go away, don't block my way." As she said this, she pulled Yushu back with one hand and asked the 2 people in front of them to make way. Chao Yuling refused to let them pass, and Xin Lu insisted on going through this door. Thus, the 2 of them began to quarrel with each other. Yushu watched helplessly as the 2 girls quarreled. Soon, the people who were working in the hall came out to watch the show. She suspected that it was a wrong decision for her to enter the school with Xin Lu in order to save trouble. It was a coincidence that the people in charge of the admission today were ordinary officials. None of the 18 academicians who were in charge were present. Who dared to control these little ancestors of the aristocratic families? Yushu didn't want to waste time. Seeing that they quarreled endlessly, it seemed that they would not stop until they scolded each other until they knelt down. She took the opportunity when the girl opposite was still talking to pull Xin Lu from behind and whispered in her ear, "With so many people watching, it's more important for us to do the admission book first. Don't embarrass yourself with her." This half coaxing and half persuasion worked. Xin Lu pouted and was about to agree, but Chao Yuling saw them whispering and was unhappy. She pointed at Yushu and said angrily, "What are you whispering about? If you have something to say it loudly. Don't act like a villain." Yushu glanced at her and was too lazy to pay attention to her. She was about to pull Xin Lu around them to go in, but Xin Lu didn't let her. She slapped Chao Yuling's finger and glared at her. "How rude. What are you pointing at? Do you think everyone can make you shout? You're the villain. Open your eyes and look. This is the new fortune teller. Miss you." After Xin Lu pointed out her identity, all the gazes in the hall shifted to Yushu. Who wouldn't be curious about the female fortune teller who hadn't appeared in 10 years? Yushu held her forehead and really wanted to cover her face. She didn't want to become famous in this situation. Chao Yuling revealed a surprised expression. She looked at Yushu, who wasn't much older than her, and doubtfully asked, "You're the new fortune teller?" Yushu nodded. How could she not admit it? Chao Yuling's expression suddenly became subtle. Yesterday at home, she had heard from the elders that there was a female fortune teller who was in the top 3 of the 2 rankings this year. They told her to find a chance to get close to her and invite her home as a guest. Who would have thought that she would meet the person in person so soon and that the other party was with her archenemy? Xin Lu saw that Chao Yuling didn't say anything, so how could he not guess what she was thinking? He smirked and deliberately held Yushu's hand and said angrily, "Lotus Master has a good temper. You're a 9th rank Master Xiaoi. She won't argue with you if you don't greet her. If you continue to block the way, I won't be polite. Why don't you move aside?" Xin Lu was actually very smart. He deliberately put aside his family background and only used Master Xiaoi's rank to talk. which made Chao Yuling gnash her teeth in anger. However, she didn't argue with him anymore. She glanced at Yushu again, raised her hand, and gloomily bowed to her and walked to the side. "Excuse me, Miss Yu, please pass." This behavior surprised Yushu. When she saw the two quarreling just now, she thought that the other party was unreasonable. Now it seemed that it wasn't what she thought. Xian Lu knew that Yushu didn't understand when he saw her expression. He winked at her, hinting that she would say it later. He raised his chin and pulled Yushu past Chao Yuling. Seeing this, the people in the hall returned to their positions. Xian Lu led them to the back of the hall to find a registrar. After showing his seal, they smoothly completed the admission records. Each of them received a daily pass and went to the back to see the girls' dormitory. On the way to the girls' dormitory, there was no one around. Xian Lu chuckled and turned his head to tell Yushu, "You probably don't know the rigid rules of the Imperial Historian's Library. If you break one rule, you'll be kicked out. Among them, there's one that I like the most." Yushu asked, "Which one?" Xian Lu raised a finger and said seriously, "As long as you enter the door of the Imperial Historian's Library, you don't look at official rank, family background, or age. You only look at rank." After that, he saw that Yushu was still a little confused, so he blinked and said, "Do you think that the girl surnamed Chao has a good temper just now? She dared to quarrel with me, but didn't dare to confront you because of this rule. Do you understand?" Yushu's eyebrows relaxed, and she suddenly smiled and nodded, "I understand." In this way, she, a fourth-rank female fortune teller, was considered the top in the Imperial Historian's Library. Except for Academician 18, she didn't need to look at other people's faces. Other people also had to be afraid of making her unhappy. Interesting, it was really interesting. Xian Lu said, "I don't like those lowly people who curry favor with the rich and powerful. When others don't get what they want, they hit them when they are down. When they become successful, they come to flatter them. So what if they are from a large family? What's the point of using their ancestors?" Yushu saw that Xian Lu's face was full of disdain and secretly guessed that she must have had some experience. Otherwise, how could a young lady of an aristocratic family say such disgraceful words? As they were talking, the two of them had reached the vicinity of the female dormitory. On the way, they met 2 or 3 female students. Xian Lu and Yushu didn't know each other, so they just nodded at each other and passed by. In front of them was a low wall covered with green vines. There were 2 full moon doors, and there was a bagua mirror embedded on the top of the door. This is the place where we usually rest. Sometimes we study the stars at night and stay here at night. No matter how close our house is, we still have to occupy a room to stay. There are a total of 49 rooms in the front and back courtyards. If it's full, there won't be any room left. I don't know how many female fortune tellers have left this year. Let's look for an empty room. If we are lucky, the sister in front left something behind. We can still get a bargain. Chapter 388. The women's dormitory of Taisher's library was made up of 3 courtyards facing south. The walls in the east and west were not suitable for people to live in. There were 7 rows of rooms left, making a total of 49 rooms. Yushu was thinking about Xia Jiangying's case when she heard Xian Lu say to her, "The west courtyard is easily damp. We need to choose a room with good lighting and go to the middle courtyard." His words intentionally or unintentionally referred to the east courtyard. Coincidentally, the 2 of them entered from the east gate and passed by the east courtyard. Yushu glanced inside and remembered that this was where Xia Jiangying lived when she was still alive. She casually said, "If you want to have light, isn't this east courtyard suitable?" Xian Lu suddenly lowered his voice. "The east courtyard is not good. Someone died a few months ago." Yushu knew what she was talking about. She nodded and withdrew her gaze. They crossed the courtyard to find a room in the middle courtyard. Who knew that they were a step late? There were so many new female students this year. In previous years, there were not many people leaving. The middle courtyard with the most people was empty. Xian Lu angrily pulled Yushu to the west courtyard. Coincidentally, it was also full. Yushu looked at Xin Lu's depressed face and suggested, "Why don't we go to the east courtyard and find a place to stay first? Otherwise, when people come later, we won't have anything to choose from. Having a place to stay is better than nothing." Although Xin Lu was reluctant, he was still persuaded by Yushu. Thus, the two of them retraced their steps. They met an older female student in the corridor. Xin Lu asked, "Sister, is there any room in the east courtyard?" The female student looked at them and hesitated for a moment. Then she pointed to a row of rooms facing south and said, "Only the first room. The second room is empty." When Xin Lu heard that there were 2 rooms left, he was not happy. Instead, he showed a bitter face. Yushu thoughtfully looked at the 2 rooms. She frowned and asked, "May I ask, has Miss G, the double-list hide one, left the courtyard?" The female student shook her head. "She hasn't left the courtyard yet." "Oh, then which room does she live in?" "The 3rd room over there. If you stay there, you'll be next door." Yushu thanked the female student. After she left, Xin Lu worriedly said, "What to do? The remaining 2 rooms are definitely not good." Yushu had a plan. "Let's go and take a look first." Xin Lu had no choice but to follow her. The 2 of them walked along the corridor to the end. Yushu walked in front and pushed open the first empty room. Xin Lu followed behind her and poked his head in, only to see that the room was clean. The tables and chairs were neat and tidy, but there was a layer of dust on the floor. It did not look eerie. Yushu knew that this was Xia Jiangying's room when she was alive. However, Xia Jiangying did not die in this room. She switched rooms with Ji Xingxuan and died in the room next door. The room next door used to be Ji Xingxuan's room. After Xia Jiangying's death, Ji Xingxuan must have moved to another room. How could he stay here anymore? Xin Lu did not know the inside story. She took out a fortune bag from her sleeve and took out a handful of bright red beans and sprinkled them on the floor of the room. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the scattered beans on the ground. Yushu looked at her action and asked curiously, "What is this?" Xin Lu proudly shook the fortune bag in her hand and said, "This is called cinnabar beans. It was made by my 5th cousin. It is specially used to guard the grave. It is not sold outside. Look at the beans on the floor. They are scattered, which means that there is no evil in this room. If they're gathered together, it means that the Yin energy is too strong and people can't live here." It turned out that Xin Lu knew that someone died in the female room a few months ago, so she prepared something. "Let's go. I'll take you to the next room." Xin Lu became spirited and called Yushu to the next room. This time, she was bolder. She pushed the door and walked in. Standing at the door, she sprinkled a handful of beans. Soon, her face froze. Yushu looked over her shoulder and saw more than a dozen red beans rolling on the floor. Her eyes flashed. She gently pushed Xin Lu away and walked in. It was warm in March. The sun was shining outside, but staying in this room made people feel that the exposed skin on the neck was a little cold. "Lotus room. This room is not suitable for people to live in. Let's get out." Xin Lu was more sensitive than Yushu. As soon as she was hit by the Yin energy in the room, she felt uncomfortable. The exposed skin on her neck was cold. She shivered and quickly stepped back to the door, calling Yushu to come out. Yushu seemed not to hear it. She looked inside and outside, then came out of the bedroom and said to Xin Lu, "You live in the room just now. I will live here." Xin Lu was dumbfounded and hurriedly persuaded Yushu. "I said this room is full of Yin energy. Why do you live in it? Why don't the 2 of us stay here and wait for someone to move out later?" Yushu shook her head and insisted, "There's only one bed in the room. I am not used to sleeping with others. Besides, I don't live here every day. I am bold. What are you afraid of?" Yushu made up her mind to live here. No matter how Xin Lu persuaded her, it was useless. Xin Lu had no choice but to let her go. He told her to go back to find a few things to ward off evil spirits and put them in the room. After choosing a room, she had to go to the registrar's office to register. Xin Lu thought that Yushu gave that room to her. Feeling guilty, he let her stay to guard the door and volunteered to go to the front yard to register and get the key. The Taisher library usually did not allow students to bring their own maids and boys into the room, so they had to do everything by themselves. Not long after Xi and Lu left, Yushu was sitting in the room where Xia Jiangying died. She heard the sound of the door next door. It was not Xi and Lu's room on the left, but the one on the right. Yushu got up and walked quickly to the door. When she looked outside, she saw Ji Xingxuan holding the lock in her hand and was about to enter the room. She didn't wear a veil on her face. She didn't know what was on her mind. There was no smile on her beautiful face. Yushu thought that she would see Ji Xingxuan here, but she didn't expect to see her so soon. "Hello, Master Ji." Yushu was the first to greet her and walk towards her. When Ji Xingxuan saw Yushu suddenly appear in front of her, surprise flashed in her eyes. She quickly calmed down and said in a cold voice, "What a coincidence." This was the first time the two of them met face to face since the mathematics exam results were announced. Thinking about it, Yushu regretted it. That day, she was so happy and excited that she forgot to look at Ji Xingxuan's expression. She missed a wonderful part of it. Yushu nodded. "It is a coincidence. I thought that Master Ji Xingxuan had already left the school and started his own school. I didn't expect you to still stay in the Taisher library." Ji Xingxuan sneered and said, "I can only blame myself for being ruined by a villain. I can only live here." The two of them had already shed all pretense of cordiality. It didn't matter if their words were pleasant or not. One was mocking and the other was mocking. The level of their argument was several levels higher than the one between Xi and Lu and Chao Yuling. Yushu smiled. "Why make yourself sound so pitiful? How can a master be homeless? Isn't third master a businessman? He shouldn't have to move out of the right magistrate's fu and not even have a house to live in. My Senshu was your stepfather. In the past, you, mother, and son relied on our Ji family to support you. Saying such things now, don't you feel guilty?" Ji Xingxuan's face was full of disdain. Yushu looked at her and slowly said, "Someone caused his own grandfather to bite his tongue, to commit suicide, and he didn't feel guilty. What I have to feel guilty about?" Yushu liked to step on people's sore spots. Seeing that Ji Xingxuan's expression had changed because of her words, her mood improved. She put her hands into her sleeves and leaned forward. She said in a low voice, "I have waited for many days. Why haven't you told Ning Wang that I beat the 11th Imperial Prince?" TSK. Let me guess. You caused Ning Wang to lose face at the Double Sun meeting. Could it be that Ning Wang is still angry? Yushu's wild guess was right. Lu Hao had bet all of his bets on mathematics. In the end, he lost a Lu Tan by Yushu. Therefore, the first person he vented his anger on was Ji Xingxuan. Ji Xingxuan looked at Yushu's vile face. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Why ask? Aren't you not afraid of anything?" "Wrong. I was originally a little afraid." Yushu shrugged and said carelessly, "Now, there is nothing to be afraid of. You know that I have done my calculations. I am in the limelight. The 9th Imperial Prince thinks highly of me. The Celestial Commissioner also thinks highly of me. Even if the 11th Imperial Prince finds out that he suffered a beating from me for nothing and was tricked by me, he may not be willing to reveal it. But if you tell this matter to Ning Wang now, I fear that his resentment towards you will not dissipate. He will blame you for not reporting what you know and look down on you even more. If I were you, I would not try this luck." Ji Xingxuan did not know that she had missed the best time to manipulate Yushu. Intelligent people always had their own thoughts. Yushu's analysis was not far from her own. Therefore, she had endured until now and did not reveal the matter of Yushu tricking Lu Yi. Ji Xingxuan had suffered greatly at the hands of Yushu. She had learned a painful lesson. She was very wary of Yushu. Therefore, she would not do anything that she was not completely sure of. "Then be careful. Don't let me have anything that can be used against you again." Ji Xingxuan stared coldly at Yushu's approaching face. "Next time, you might not be so lucky." Ever since Yushu came to this dynasty, this was the first time she had heard someone say that she was lucky. She couldn't help but smile. Her face was radiant, a stark contrast to the frosty Ji Xingxuan. Ji Xingxuan turned to enter the room. Yushu watched as the door closed in front of her eyes. She rubbed her chin and remembered that Ji Xingxuan, a fifth-grade master, had not even bowed to her, a fourth-grade fortune-teller. Never mind, there would be opportunities. Yushu stared at Ji Xingxuan's room door for a while. A strange smile hung on her lips. She clasped her hands behind her back and returned to her new room. The future was long. She was not the only one who needed to be careful. After running back and forth twice, Yushu and Xian Lu had finally completed the enrollment procedures. From today onwards, they were officially registered as students of the Taisher Library. However, there was not even an entrance ceremony. On the first day, they did not see a single academician. Yushu was not used to it. She told Xian Lu about it, but was mocked by her. Don't you know that the Taisher Library has a break during the Shuangyang Society? There'll only be a main class in April. You can only meet them one by one then. Go back and wait. There's still more than 10 days. Yushu coughed awkwardly. She asked, now that we can freely enter and leave the outer court, can we go to the library to take a look? In the entire Taisher Library, the thing that she was most concerned about was the 4 libraries with heaven and earth inside. Chapter 389. When Yushu returned home in the evening, Pei Jing was also there. He specially came to tell her that old Madam He and Aunt Qin had already crossed the river. They would be able to enter the capital by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Zhao Hui and her husband were naturally happy. They discussed going to the city gate to pick them up the next day. Yushu volunteered to bring Yu Xiaoxia with her. There was no other reason. When He Fangji came to the capital without hesitation to look for her grandma, he was willing to nod and agree. This was enough for her to respect this elder. Thus, the next day, Yu Xiaoxia did not go to school. He followed Yushu, He Fangji, and Pei Jing outside the city to wait for them. Zhao Hui, with her big belly, did not go out. It was almost noon when the carriage from Yang arrived. The front was carrying goods, and the back was the escort team. The women sat in the 2 carriages in the middle. The person leading the group was familiar to Yushu. It was Pei Jing's right-hand shopkeeper and brother, Fatty Xingqi. The big family met by the side of the road at the city gate. They had been separated for several months. When they saw their son and husband, old Madam He and Qin Foreign both shed tears. They did not ignore Yushu and her brother, who were standing on the side. They held hands and touched their little faces, praising them intimately. Yu Xiaoxia felt uneasy, but Yushu smiled as she listened to the old woman speak. The heavens are merciful. Fortunately, you 2 children are safe and sound. Look at how obedient you are. This old woman will be able to pick up a pair of grandchildren at the end of my life. I don't know what to say. AI. Qin Foreign also smiled. Old Madam said that I also picked up an aunt to be. Pei Jing had an only daughter who was about 7 years old. Her nickname was Ni. She was fair and rosy. Her father held her in his arms and taught her to call them elder sister and elder brother. The little girl was a little afraid of strangers. After calling them a few times, she refused to speak again. After the reunion, the group entered the city. On the way home, they squeezed into a large carriage and chatted. It was lively. They became much closer. Pei Jing asked Xingqi to bring the goods and luggage back first, and the couple went to He Fangji's house first. After washing away the dust, 7 to 8 people sat in the big house in the backyard. Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxia along as they kowtowed and offered tea to old Madam He. Then, he seriously asked Madam Qin to call her aunt. The 2 women had already prepared for this. Each of them gave the siblings 2 treasures, both of which were very old. Yushu happily accepted it and had Yendo bring over the sachet she had prepared. She stuffed it into little Nini's hands. Inside the sachet was a piece of Fushan auspicious jade bestowed by His Majesty. It was a genuine treasure. Madam Qin didn't know what was inside, so he asked the child to accept it. If he discovered that it was too valuable later, he wouldn't be able to return it even if he wanted to. Zhao Hui sighs at the hard work of her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. As they talk, they somehow talk about the date of Yushu's banquet. The house isn't big enough, so we thought of booking the banquet at a restaurant to save time and trouble. Xiaoyu said that the end of the month is auspicious, so we set it on that day. Coincidentally, old madam, he and you guys are back, so we can celebrate together. On the way back, old madam, he and Madam Qin heard Pei Jing talk about the happy event that Yu Shu had become a fortune teller. Old madam, he was fine. As a merchant's wife, Madam Qin was influenced by what she saw and heard. She knew how great this fortune teller's identity was. Thinking back to when her husband passed the exams to become a great fortune teller, he was already very famous and brought glory to the family, not to mention being the best fortune teller. Madam Qin had a lot on her mind. After eating the banquet, she said goodbye to Zhao Hui's family and returned to the residence with Pei Jing. On the way, she sighed. At that time, she was just a homeless little girl. Who knew that she would rise so quickly? Old master has a good eye for talent and recognized such a niece. Nini doesn't have an elder brother, so she will marry into the family in the future. When we are 100 years old, we won't be afraid of being bullied with relatives like this. Pei Jing held his sleeping daughter on his lap and glanced at Madam Qin. He smiled and said, "Madam, it's not too early to think about these things. You and I have good health, so can't we live to 180 years old? Don't worry. When we grow old together, we will see a house full of children and grandchildren." Madam Qin's eyes reddened. She gently nodded and leaned on Pei Jing's shoulder. "I'll listen to you." The next day, Pei Jing had people send a batch of printed invitations to Yu Shu. She only needed to fill in the names of the invited guests before sending them out. The shops under the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce had all kinds of department stores. The invitations were made with great care. There were 2 layers of red Namu paper, and the 4 corners were painted with gold powder. In addition, the invitations for the honored guests had an ink painting of a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. It had an elegant fragrance and was pleasing to the eye when held in the hand. The banquet venue was printed on the invitations. The invitations that were sent to the honored guests were left half empty. They needed Yu Shu to fill in the blanks. Yu Shu's handwriting was not elegant. After writing 2 invitations, she threw away the brush and continued to memorize her book. In the afternoon, when Yu Xiaoxiu returned home from school, she called his reading partner, Ran. This kid's handwriting was beautiful, so he won't lose face. Ran, you come and sit here. Write what I say. Yu Shu leaned her back on the edge of the table and crossed her arms. The first person she thought of was Shui Rui, then Lu Tan, Helen Chu, Feng Zhaomiao, Xian Lu, and the one that was sent to Xiajiang Mansion. After writing all the acquaintances and honored guests, Yu Shu was thinking about inviting some of her friends after she came to the capital. For example, shopkeeper's son, whom she met at the Qiugue Fong, Zhaoda, and Boss Zhou from the Fuan escort agency. In addition, Pei Jing had already said that there were a few big families that he wanted to invite. Yifangji also had some old friends. Big sister, there's still big brother Jing. Did you forget about him? Yu Xiaoxiu was lying on the table, watching by Ran right. Yu Shu snorted. How could she forget about Jing Chun? But a few days ago, she had a falling out with him. She said a few unpleasant words and drove him away. She was deliberately dragged into a storm by Shui Yun and almost lost her life. She didn't want Jing Chun to be in a dilemma. Originally, she wanted to swallow her anger, but she couldn't stand Shui Yun's repeated provocations. So, in a rage, she was ready to fight with Jing Chun. She wanted to beat Shui Yun back to her original state, so that she wouldn't show off in front of Jing Chun and sow discord between them in the future. Yu Shu didn't expect Jing Chun to get the truth out of Shui Yun's mouth. She was waiting for him to hit a wall and then ask her. Who knew that after that idiot left, there was no news from him. Until now, he still hasn't replied to her. Probably, he was tripped up by his younger martial sister again. After 2 days, Yu Shu's anger subsided. She muttered that she couldn't delay this matter. If Jing Chun didn't come to find her, she couldn't put down her face. She could take this opportunity to find the person in the princess mansion. So, she knocked on the table and gestured to Ran, right invite Dozy Jing Chun. The next day, she prepared the invitations and asked the servants to send some to the nearby neighbors. As for Shui Rui and Lu Tan's invitations, Yu Shu personally sent them. In the evening, in Wangji Building, Shui Rui took the invitation card that Yu Shu handed to him. When he looked at it, he smiled and shook his head. You only gave me this one. Are you looking down on your elder brother's connections? Yu Shu didn't understand what he meant. Shui Rui asked her to take a seat first before he patiently explained the logic behind this to her. Now that you have such a title, your identity is sufficient, but your face isn't enough. You're far from being able to compare with those masters who have a family background and great foresight. In Amling City, the master shifters are fighting fiercely in the dark. For someone like you who has a title but no status, your position will inevitably be awkward and people will be jealous. Right now, this banquet is a good opportunity to establish your reputation. It's not better to invite more guests, but to invite people from all walks of life. Even if you can't make friends with them one by one, with my introduction, you can at least become familiar with them. I don't need to mention the benefits. Yu Shu's eyes lit up and nodded repeatedly. Then I'll go back now and bring you a few more invitations. She still didn't know enough. Previously, she thought that she could muddle through this banquet. Fortunately, Shui Rui had the heart to help her. Seeing that she was about to leave, Shui Rui quickly stopped her. What's the hurry? You can come tomorrow. Yu Shu also felt that she was too impatient and sat back in embarrassment. How many invitations do you have? Shui Rui had a wine pot by the table. He poured himself a cup, but held it back and didn't let her drink. Yu Shu tried to pull the wine pot from under Shui Rui's hand and answered, There are 20 to 30 invitations left. Shui Rui held the wine pot and didn't let go. He calculated and said, Give them all to me. Yu Shu made a sound of hiss and asked suspiciously, You want so many invitations? Shui Rui glanced at her. His finger was hooked around the wine pot without letting go, and his other hand was swirling the cup. He leaned sideways on the armrest and said lazily, Supreme Court, Swan Temple, Guanglu Temple, Faculty of Arts, South House, North Yamen, and the 6 ministries. How many people can I not find? Hee. Yu Shu laughed dryly and grabbed the bottom of the bottle while he was distracted. Before she had time to pour it into the cup, Shui Rui flicked her forehead across the table. Give it to me. This is Hung Shui Bei. It has a strong smell. If you go back and let the elders smell it, they will think that I came back to drink and fool around. They will think that I'm not good. After that, he took the wine pot away from her hand and put it on another table far away. He didn't let her touch it, and he didn't drink it. Yu Shu didn't know that last time, when she won the championship, he sent her home drunk. Yifangji asked Shui Rui to drink tea in the front yard. Although he didn't blame Shui Rui, there was some dissatisfaction in his words, which made Shui Rui vigilant. He was disliked by his father-in-law before he became a son-in-law. How could he do that? Let's go. The evening wind is cool. We won't eat in the restaurant. We will ask someone to pack hot food and take a horse carriage. We will take a stroll near the Chunlan River. We can walk for a while when we come back. You can digest the food when I send you home. Shui Rui patted the folds of his clothes and stood up. He waved at Yu Shu and walked out the door. Yu Shu didn't taste the good wine and bitterly followed him. It was dark outside, and 2 lanterns at the corner of the stairs had been extinguished. Her vision was unclear. Yu Shu frowned as she tried to identify the steps under her feet. At this time, the figure in front of her suddenly turned around and stood a few steps below. He reached out a hand towards her and whispered, Follow me. Don't fall. Yu Shu's vision blurred for a moment. She had already raised her arm, and when she reacted, he had already firmly held her wrist. With a light pull, she took a step forward. At first, she was a little flustered. She wasn't used to being controlled by others. However, with every step she took, she was able to step on the right step. She slowly let down her guard and followed his powerful footsteps. Step by step, she walked out of the darkness. Chapter 390. There were still 3 days before the banquet, and most of the invitations had already been sent out. Yu Shu still had 2 more in her hands, one for Jingshun and the other for Xiaomingming. Yu Shu and Xiaomingming did not see each other much. Since the last time they cleared up the misunderstanding, They had been writing to each other at Wangji Tower. Yushu did not send someone to deliver the invitation to Xiaozhang's guest house, but personally went there. After reporting her name at the door, Yushu was not rejected. After waiting for a long time, she was invited in. Xiaozhang Helong had previously listed her as a no-contact, mainly for the sake of his daughter's reputation. He was afraid that the fact that she ran away from home and was involved in a murder case would be leaked. Now everything was calm, and those who should be dead were all dead. There was no reason to keep her out. What's more, on the day when the mathematics results were announced, even Xia Mingming, who never went out, knew about it. As an aristocratic family in the south of the E School, Xiaozhang Helong must have known that the little girl who saved his daughter's life had turned into a female fortune teller who had not been seen for 10 years. He would not stop Yushu from seeing Xia Mingming. "Miss, please sit down and drink some tea. Miss will be here soon." The maid served the tea and went out. Yushu stayed in the living room alone. She looked around and saw an old bamboo painting hanging between the east window lattices. She went forward to have a look. She did not understand painting, but she could read. She found the ink on the inscription and just recognized the word Su from it. Then she heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from outside the door. She turned around and saw a figure walking in quickly. "Ashu." Xiao Mingming saw Yushu as soon as he entered the door. He showed a happy expression and opened a pair of bright and big eyes. He came over to hold her hand and complained, "Why did you come to me so late?" Yushu looked at the little girl who had become more beautiful and beautiful after not seeing her for a month. She smiled and said, "I have been busy recently, so I came to give you the invitation. I will hold a banquet at Wangji Tower at the end of the month. Do you want to come?" The smile on Xia Mingming's face shrank, and he said hesitantly, "I do want to go. I'm just afraid that my father won't allow it. Besides, wouldn't it be stupid for me to go to the banquet alone?" Yushu said, "Then you can ask Uncle's opinion first. I will keep the invitation. If you come, let me introduce a new friend to you. You two girls can accompany each other and drink alone in a room. It won't be a problem. My father is very strict with me. These days, I only go out with him to visit friends. I've never been out on the streets." Xiao Mingming pulled her to the tea table and sat down. He sighed and said, "If I can't go, don't blame me." Yushu nodded and looked outside the door. She leaned forward and said in a low voice, "I reckon that after the twin sun gathering, the marriage between you and the ninth prince will be decided. Didn't I teach you the 6 trigram lines of marriage? Have you ever done a divination for yourself to predict your future?" Xiao Mingming blushed slightly. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Forget it. I just don't know if it's accurate or not. The divination says that we are fated to be husband and wife, and there will be auspicious signs from the heavens. In 10 or 20 days, my husband will be honored." Yushu saw that her eyes were open. It was obvious that she had no resistance to this marriage. She felt slightly relieved. After spending some time with Lu Tan, she found that this ninth prince was introverted and meticulous. He was quite scheming. If Xia Mingming had a grudge and could not make Lu Tan like her, she would be the one at a disadvantage when the two of them got together. "Don't just talk about me. Tell me about you too." Xia Mingming shook Yushu's arm. She blinked at her and asked, "How are you and Jing Chen doing?" Yushu raised her eyebrows and looked at her. "I'm doing very well. Why do you care about Jing Chen? If I remember correctly, didn't you always find him an eyesore?" Xia Mingming patted her and said angrily, "What old history are you talking about? You know what I'm asking. Don't play dumb with me." Yushu had an innocent look on her face. "How am I playing dumb with you? Didn't you want to ask about Jing Chen's current situation? Didn't I tell you in the letters that he's now a Daoist, the emperor's nephew? He's living a good life, so you don't have to worry about him." Xia Mingming rolled her eyes. "Who's worried about him? I'm asking about you and him. He is now living in the princess residence. We don't see each other often. Why are you asking me about him and me?" Xiao Mingming looked at Yushu's fake smile. She vaguely guessed that something happened between her and Jing Chun. She rolled her eyes and cleverly didn't ask again. In the past, they fled to the capital and lived under the same roof. Yushu took good care of Jing Chun, which made her jealous. At that time, she had already noticed some signs. When she heard that Jing Chun recovered his memory and revealed his identity, she was happy for Yushu. She didn't expect that as time passed, their relationship didn't go any further. Instead, they became estranged. Yushu didn't want to continue this topic. She pointed to the painting on the wall and said, "Which master's painting is that?" Xiao Mingming looked at the white wall. "Oh, that is the real work of Su Zizhan from the previous dynasty. My father said that this stone bamboo has spiritual aura. It is better to hang it in the living room to welcome guests than the pine painting." When Yushu heard the name Su Zizhan, she was a little surprised. In her previous life, she loved to eat dompa pork. Of course, she knew that this was the name of Su Zizhan. If it was the real work, then this painting would be quite valuable. Hearing the familiar name of the ancient people, Yushu couldn't help but think of the origin of the Dan dynasty. She remembered that when she first came here, she heard an old shopkeeper in a bookstore in Yang City talk about history. He said that after the fall of the Song dynasty, the Jin invaded the Central Plains. A tyranny made the people have no way to live. The Emperor Anwu came out of the chaos and rose up. He called the army and led a group of capable people to expel the Tartars. He pacified the mountains and rivers. Finally, he was supported to establish a country and became the emperor. Therefore, the Da and in Yushu's memory did not exist. It should have replaced the Yuan and Ming dynasties to exist in the world. Yushu didn't know why history was different, but she was glad that she came to this dynasty where Yi Shui was popular. It allowed her to show her ambition and not be buried by the idea of men being superior to women. Yushu left Xiajiang guest house and got on a carriage. She asked Lu Zhong to go to the princess mansion. As soon as they reached the street in front of the princess mansion, she asked him to stop the carriage and tie it to a tree. Yushu took out the last invitation card from her bosom and said, "Take the invitation card and ask to see Daozi. When you see him, tell him that he will definitely come on that day. Don't tell him that I'm coming." After saying that, she put down the curtain. The next moment, she lifted it and stopped him. She added, "If you don't see him, leave the invitation card." Lu Zhong was tall, but he was not stupid. He nodded and walked towards the gate of the princess mansion. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he came back. Yushu saw the curtain was lifted. She raised her eyelids and asked, "Did you see him?" Replying to Miss, "Daozi is not in the mansion. I gave the invitation card to the steward and also passed on Mrs. words." Yushu rubbed her brows and waved her hand weakly. "Turn around and go home." What Yushu didn't know was that not long after she left in the carriage, the steward of the princess mansion handed the invitation card to Jing Chun, who was mixing medicine in Shushua Pavilion. Jing Chun looked at the invitation card, folded it, and put it in his sleeve. He continued to mix the medicinal herbs on the table and handed them to the servants to boil before he turned around and went upstairs. It was almost noon. Shui Yun was lying on the chaise lounge under the window to bask in the sun. When she heard the approaching footsteps, she closed her eyes and said, "Did Miss Yu come by?" Jing Chun walked to the side of the couch and stood still. His cold eyes looked out the window at the small lake in the side building. He was silent. After a while, Shui Yun sighed softly and turned her head to look at his handsome and bright face under the sunlight. For a whole 7 days, Jing Chun didn't say a word to her. She was nervous, but she couldn't let him sway. "Senior brother, have you made a decision after thinking about it for a few days? Do you want to cut off this fate? Or do you want to continue to ignore the lives of martial uncles and the others?" Her voice was soft, but there was an uncompromising warning in her words. Jing Chun didn't look at her. He stared at the mouthful of lake water. His eyes flickered, and his lips moved. Finally, he said, "A year ago, I met Xiaoyu outside Yang City. She was the first friend I made after I left the mountain, and also the person I caused the most trouble. Before I left Yang, I told her the truth about my fate in Ji-Du. She also tried to persuade me to stay. Later, I was chased by people and lost my memory. I couldn't speak. I was saved by her on the river. She knew that I was a disaster, but she didn't abandon me. She took care of me along the way and brought me, a mute and crippled person, to the capital. After several dangers, she helped me recover my martial arts and recover my memory. She let me live a peaceful life. I can't repay this kindness. Even Master's heaven-earth wonder technique, in my eyes, is not enough to make up for the disappointment I've given her. Shui Yun clearly saw the guilt in Jing Chen's eyes. Ever since she was a child, this was the first time she had heard him speak his mind. However, he was reluctant to part with a period of time that she didn't know. Once again, it reminded her that Jing Chen's Tao heart had been moved. It made her sad, and the corners of her mouth curled into a wry smile. If you don't let her down, you will harm our celestial master Taoist sect. Senior brother, do you still not know which is more important? Or is your life more important? Jing Chen's eyes suddenly turned and fell on her half-pleading face. His expression turned cold. Since you know that your life is important, why did you plot to harm her life? Master and martial uncles are lives. Isn't she also a life? The path of immortality is precious. You have cultivated for 10 years, but you don't even have this little understanding. Even if you're lucky enough to escape death, it will be difficult to correct the results. If I am not important, I don't have to be in a dilemma because of your mistake, and I don't have the face to see her. If I am not important, I don't have to be in a dilemma because of your threat. You want me to sever the ties of love. Shouldn't I first sever the ties of brother and sister? The blood drained from Shui Yun's face, and in a moment, it turned as white as paper. She couldn't believe that such heartless words came from Jing Chen's mouth. She felt wronged, but when she met Jing Chen's cold and strange gaze, she couldn't say anything. She could only bitterly call out, "Senior brother." Jing Chen saw her sad expression, but didn't think she was wrong. He closed his eyes and looked away. Out of sight, out of mind. His breathing calmed the familiar and strange irritation in his chest. In his mind flashed the thin and straight figure of Yushu. He clasped his hand behind his back and slowly said, Chapter 391. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. Yushu set the banquet on this day. Everyone in Wangji Tower began to prepare a few days in advance. They prepared a lot of food and wine, tuned the zither and pipa, and cleaned the corners of the doors and windows. They must not let their steward lose face on this day. Yushu went out from home in the morning with only a maid, Yindo. He Fangji took Yu Xiaoxiu to the medical center to explain things, and later went to the restaurant with Pei Jing. Wangji Tower did not welcome guests today. Last night, they put up a red sign in front of the door to prevent more guests from blocking the door the next day. Miss, here we are. Lu Zhong had sent Yushu to Wangji Tower several times, so he was familiar with the road. Soon, he stopped the carriage at the front door. On such a good day, it was taboo to leave from the back door. Yushu neatly picked up the hem of her clothes and jumped out of the carriage. Her hair was tied with a jade buckle, and her ponytail was tied high, revealing her increasingly plump forehead and bright eyes. She wore an apricot-red waist and narrow sleeves, and an exquisitely crafted silver silk gown. The big hem of the gown was embroidered with a picture of yin and yang fish, which was given by Madame Qin the day before yesterday. Lin Fu, the shopkeeper, was standing at the door, directing the waiter to put a crooked lantern. When he saw Yushu coming, he hurriedly greeted her with a smile. Miss, you're so energetic today. Yushu was in a good mood and reached out to pat his shoulder. Bring me breakfast upstairs. It will be best if there is salty porridge. After giving the order, she took Yindo to the back room. After breakfast, Yushu washed her hands and rinsed her mouth. Before the guests arrived, she asked Lin Fu to bring the account book to check and do this month's external accounts. Shui left the yamen early and only arrived at the Building of Forgotten Opportunities after he returned home and changed his clothes. When he heard that Yushu had arrived early, he went upstairs to look for her. When he pushed the door open and entered the elegant room, he heard a series of crisp sounds of abacus beads. When he turned his head around, he saw Yushu sitting behind the study table in a loose gown, her head lowered as she concentrated on her calculations. Only a pair of raised eyebrows and a smooth and plump forehead could be seen. There was a unique charm to it. Seeing that she didn't notice his arrival, Shui Rui walked to the door of the study with a warm expression. Crossing his arms, he scrutinized her current appearance, inadvertently recalling a year ago in Yangzhou, when he met that half-worn and ill-fitting youngster. He was obviously helpless and downcast, but brimming with confidence and a calm smile. Yeah, Shui Rui couldn't help but smile, which startled Yu Shu, who was doing the accounts. She looked up from the account book. Seeing him standing at the door, she subconsciously smiled at him and said in a light voice, "When did Big Brother come? Why didn't you call me?" Shui Rui was taken aback by her smile, as usual. His heart fluttered, and he warmly said, "Seeing that you are busy, I was afraid to disturb you." Pausing for a moment, he reprimanded, "Why are you still doing this today? If you don't have time to rest, you'll be busy when the banquet starts." "Haha, I'm strong. What can I deal with?" Although Yu Shu said so, she still put down the brush in her hand. She rolled up her sleeves and went to the basin rack to wash the ink. While wiping her hands, she turned her head and talked to Shui Rui. "On the first day of tomorrow, the official is unlucky. In the north, there is a sign of theft. If you have something important, be careful not to lose it." Shui Rui came over to look at the fake account book she made. When he heard her reminder, he nodded and remembered it. He didn't turn a deaf ear to her words. When you need to find time to practice your calligraphy, it's not presentable like this. Forget about it now. In the future, if you want to do divination for a noble person, it will be a disgrace. Yu Shu shrugged her shoulders. "How can I have time? I'll deal with it first." Shui Rui put down the account book and said, "This time, the calligraphy on the invitation is written beautifully. Is it the study companion that you took from the Institute for students last time?" "Yes, it's written by Ran. You also think his calligraphy is beautiful, right?" Shui Rui nodded, and a trace of doubt flashed on his face, saying, "The strength of the pen is steady, which is rare at his age. Even if he is talented, it will take him 7 or 8 years to practice." According to this, Ran started to practice calligraphy at the age of 3 or 4. That was really early. Isn't he the son of a big family? It's normal for him to be smart early. You shouldn't think much about it. Instead, she felt that the study companion she chose for Yu Xiaoxiu was very good. Not only did he not have the bad habits of big family, but he was also sensible and sensible. The two moved to the outer room to drink tea and chat. Not long after, Fangji and Pei Jing arrived. Zhao Hui's birth date was approaching, so it was inconvenient to move. As a female, Madame Qin came to greet them with 2 maids. It was almost noon. The front reported that several guests had arrived. Yu Shu and Shui Rui tidied up their clothes and went downstairs to greet the guests. At a scene like this, the status of the guests was high and low. Yu Shu, who only had a title, couldn't handle it. With Shui Rui, the famous young master of the Shui family, accompanying them, it seemed much more imposing. The first group of guests were neighbors and acquaintances. Among them, Xian Lu was the first to arrive. Accompanying him was an unfamiliar young lady. She looked delicate and gentle, but her eyes were very bright. When Shui Rui saw the female guest, he consciously moved to the side and didn't step forward to be rude. Xian Lu had the maids put down the gift box and went forward to intimately hold Yu Shu's hand. He looked around the luxuriously decorated restaurant and pointed at the person he brought. He said with a smile, "This is Qin family Xiao Wu, Qin Yuero. Because she admires you, female fortune teller. She heard I had an invitation and shamelessly begged me to bring her here. If you're not happy, we could drive her away." That Qin family's young lady secretly glared at Xian Lu and walked over to greet Yu Shu with cupped hands. She lowered her eyebrows and said, "Greetings, female fortune teller. I came uninvited. I hope you don't mind my lack of manners." Yu Shu recalled the Qin family, one of the 12 aristocratic families of Anling's 12 prefectures. She smiled and took her hand. "Young lady Qin, there's no need to be so polite. Today, I'm announcing good news. How could there be any unpleasant guests? Please come in." Yu Shu arranged for all the acquaintances to sit in the private rooms in the back. To prevent them from being bored, she arranged for familiar people to sit together. For example, Xian Lu's table. When Feng Zhaomiao and the others arrived, they could sit at the same table and join the fun. They were all children of the Tao of Yi, so the etiquette of men and women not sitting at the same table after the age of 7 naturally didn't apply. After chatting with Xian Lu and Qin Yuero for a while, Shui Rui asked Gui Qi to call her over. He said that a few important people had arrived. Yu Shu then asked Madame Qin to serve the female guests. She excused herself and hurried to the front. This time, there were 3 or 4 officials from the imperial court. The lowest rank in the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Appointments was a middle minister in charge. Shui Rui let Yu Shu meet some familiar faces. There was no need for her to exchange pleasantries, and he led her to the private rooms in the front. In the afternoon, Yu Shu went back and forth in the restaurant, walking around and greeting people. She followed Shui Rui to welcome guests and build relationships. She was so busy that she didn't even have time to catch her breath when the banquet started. Afternoon, the guests were all seated. Lu Tan was the last to arrive. He only brought Helenshu with him. He alighted from the sedan chair in front of the restaurant's main entrance. He wore a golden crown and a jade necklace on his head. He was eye-catching. Even though he was dressed in casual clothes, it wasn't hard for the people present to guess his identity. Some people took the lead and stood up to greet him. There were many commoners among them. They were so moved that they knelt down on the spot. Lu Tan's expression wasn't very close, but he politely asked Yu Shu, "There's no need for formalities. I'm here today to tell you good news and congratulate you on your success." Lu Tan gave Yu Shu enough face. Of course, Yu Shu wouldn't be vague. She put on a grateful expression in front of everyone and said in a clear voice, "Thank you, Your 9th Highness. Congratulations to you too. Your Highness was able to come out on top in the Double Suns meeting. You really have the virtue of recognizing people." A bright light flashed in Lu Tan's eyes. He smiled, then turned around and said to Shui Rui, "Cousin brother, do you want to drink with me today?" "Haha, please, Your Highness." Shui Rui led Lu Tan to the back of the building under the bowing of the crowd. As soon as they left, the people downstairs began to whisper excitedly, "This female fortune-teller is so extravagant." Even the imperial prince personally came to congratulate her at a banquet. I saw that there were a lot of high-ranking officials upstairs earlier. TSK, what do you guys know? There's a big competition every 3 years. There's only one spot for fortune-teller. It's fine that Miss You passed. I heard that she also got top 3 in another subject. It's hard to find a female fortune-teller who's in the top 3 of 2 examinations every 10 years. She's very rare. I think this 9th prince is gentle and polite. He has a very good character. Didn't the rumors say that he cultivated in the mountains? He doesn't seem like he's unworldly. Sho, how can we comment on this man? Lower your voice. Yu Shu walked between the tables. When she heard these whispers, she couldn't help but want to laugh. She shook her head gently and walked to the small pond in the backyard. She sat on a stone bench and rested her feet. She looked at the people running errands upstairs and downstairs in the corridor. She let out a long sigh and massaged her legs without caring about her image. Older sister, Yu Xiaoxiu appeared out of nowhere and brought her a cup of tea. "You must be tired. Do you want me to massage your legs for you?" Yu Shu opened the lid of the tea and took a sip. She shook her head and said, "Where's young Master Hu? Why aren't you accompanying him?" When Yu Shu gave out the invitation, Yu Xiaoxiu shyly asked her for one. He said that he wanted to give it to his classmate, young Master Hu, who was the grandson of the second-rank official of the Supreme Court, Guo Huaiyan. Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head and said embarrassedly. He heard the laughter next door and ran over to join the fun. I looked at the door. I didn't know the brothers and sisters at the table, so I came out to look for you. Yu Shu arranged for Yu Xiaoxiu to play in her room. The table next door was Xian Lu and Feng Zhamiao's table. Hearing this, she smiled and pulled him up with a cup of tea. "They're all my friends. Don't be shy. I'll take you to meet them. Let's go." Yu Xiaoxiu had been studying in the college for half a year. With a tough sister like Yu Shu, he had no inferiority complex. She took him to Feng Zhamiao's group and introduced him. "This is my younger brother. We were born in the same mother's womb. His name is Xiao. He is the one who cultivates fate and fortune. He hasn't got a courtesy name yet. You can call him Xiao." The young masters and young mistresses at the table were all smart people. When they saw Yushu holding Yu Xiaoxiu, they knew that the siblings were close. They all laughed and agreed, teasing him to call them older brother and older sister. Yu Xiaoxiu was thin-skinned, but he didn't act coy. He called them over with a red face. He looked simple and cute. Feng Zhaomiao took the lead and took the jade button from her waist for him. She also took the pouch of the young Master Zhou, who came with them. Xin Lu giggled and took an exquisite sachet for Yu Xiaoxiu. Qin Yuero also took a bracelet of Nafu beads. Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly waved his hands. He was too embarrassed to accept them. Yushu took them all and stuffed them into his hands. She said cheerfully, "Take them if you dare. We can't call them older brother and older sister for nothing. They'll take advantage of us." Everyone at the table laughed. They were making fun of Yushu, the stingy girl. Hu Tian winked at Yu Xiaoxiu. The two boys slipped away and whispered to each other when no one was looking. Chapter 392. The sun was high up in the sky. After sunrise, the 30 tables in the main hall of the Forgetting Opportunity Tower were fully occupied. More than 200 guests were whispering to each other as they looked back at the group of uninvited guests standing at the entrance. "Who is in charge here? We heard that the new fortune teller is holding a banquet here today, so we are here to congratulate her and ask her to come out and meet us." The one who said this was a skinny middle-aged man. He wore a dark brown silk shirt with a golden leather belt tied around his waist. He looked like he was in his 30s and had a pair of slanted eyes that made him look very shrewd. Beside him stood a middle-aged man who seemed to be 2 years older. He was dressed in a loose robe with big sleeves, and he had a wide nose and a square mouth. What caught people's attention was the unusually long abacus under his left armpit. There were 4 to 5 people with them, both men and women. They were all dressed well, and the youngest among them was a girl who looked to be in her early 20s. When Lin Fu heard the news, he hurried down the stairs. When he saw the group of people blocking the entrance, he greeted them with a smile. "Dear guests, I'm the manager of this restaurant. May I know your name?" The 2 middle-aged men who were in the lead glanced at him. The skinny one opened his mouth and said, "I am this year's first rank in the calculation course, Xianglong Jinzuyan. This is my senior brother from the same sect, calculation prodigy Yuan Panming." When he said this, some of the more knowledgeable guests were shocked. Jin Zuofeng and Panming were quite famous in Enling City. They passed the examination to become a great fortune teller a few years ago and later became old fortune teller Han's disciple. They were the hot favorites to win the big calculation course this year. Perhaps some people didn't know their names, but when old fortune teller Han's direct disciple was mentioned, everyone had to be polite to them. Lin Fu had good eyesight and quickly bowed. "So, it's you 2 great fortune tellers. I have eyes but failed to recognize you. Quick, come upstairs and have a seat." Who knew that Jin Zuofeng didn't fall for this and waved his hand. "We are here to meet the female fortune teller. We came uninvited. How can we enjoy the wine? Quickly go in and report that we are here to visit her. Ask her to come out and talk to her face to face." Lin Fu's smile froze. If one didn't drink or sit at a table in a restaurant, he would be looking for trouble. This group of people is not easy to deal with. Lin Fu is worried about how to coax them to go upstairs so that they will not be blocked here and people will talk about them. Suddenly, he hears a powerful female voice behind him. "Who is looking for me?" Lin Fu and the others turned their heads to look and saw Yushu, dressed in a silver silk dress made of yin-yang fish, walking leisurely from behind the glass flower shelves. Frowning slightly, he looked at the door. Feng Zhaomiao and Xin Lu were also there. Xiao Dai ran to the private room at the back to send a message to Yushu. Feng Zhaomiao heard it and thought that someone was here to make trouble, so he followed her out. Pan Ming and Jin Zuofeng had only heard that this year's new diviner was a teenage girl, so they didn't know her appearance. But when he saw a young lady who was walking towards them from a short distance away, his eyes lit up. He saw that she was dressed very well. With just one look, he knew that it was her. Lin Fu quickly walked to Yushu's side, one hand covering his mouth, and whispered in her ear the origin of this group of people. When Yushu heard that it was Han Wenguang's disciple, she remembered that not long ago, when she went to the Celestial Commissioner's office to write a report, she was received by the Great Commissioner. At that time, the Great Commissioner warned her that the old diviner's temper wasn't good, and that he might be dissatisfied with a nobody like her winning first place. Who knows when he might find trouble with her? But she didn't expect that the other party didn't care about her at all, picking the day of her big wedding to cause trouble. So it's old Mr. Han's disciple. Nice to meet you. The person who came as a guest. So Yushu gave a fake smile. She wasn't scared by the other party's name. She cupped her hands in greeting, not for the sake of the monk, but for the sake of the Buddha. Her greeting wasn't to the two people in front of her, but to the old man behind her. The other party calmly accepted her greeting and didn't return it. Instead, it was the thin and small Jeans Wafeng who impolitely looked at Yushu's face with his small eyes. He said with a faint smile, "Miss Yu is so young, but you've already learned so much. May I ask which famous teacher taught you? Is it possible for you to tell me?" Since Yushu could see that they didn't come with good intentions, she was naturally on guard. Her expression didn't change as she said, "My teacher travels the world and has many aliases, so forgive me for not mentioning him." Then she changed the topic and went straight to the point. "The two great diviners just said that they wanted to see me. May I ask what they want to teach me?" Jeans Wafeng's eyes flashed, and he exchanged glances with the people behind him. He turned his head and said to Yushu, "The female diviner was right. We came here today to teach you. In this year's Dayan examination, my senior brother and I were ranked behind you. We thought that after 10 years of hard work, we would be defeated by someone else. We are not convinced and want to know how we are inferior to a little girl, so we took the liberty to come here. We hope that the female diviner will be generous enough to teach us and have a match with us." Hearing this blatant provocation, Yushu stopped smiling and felt a chill in her heart. So they were here to undermine her. On such a day, all the guests that came and went were either people she knew or people who knew her. These two great fortune-tellers proposed a duel. If she won, she would naturally be recognized as the female fortune-teller. If she lost, not only would she be disgraced, even the chief examiner, the imperial astronomer who had judged her as the chief fortune-teller, would be criticized. What was that old diviner Han thinking? How could he be so petty, slapping the Celestial Commissioner's face just because of a moment of anger? Yushu was not in a hurry to get angry. She thoughtfully looked at the expressions of the people in front of the door, but she couldn't find any clues. But her silence made the people in front of the door anxious, afraid that she would refuse. Thus, the only female diviner among them smiled and said, "The female diviner is not saying anything. Could it be that you don't dare to agree to the match with my two senior brothers and are afraid that you will lose face if you lose? If that's the case, then you can rest assured. Even if your skills are inferior and you lose to my senior brothers, no one here can take away your diviner title. It's just that you don't live up to your name." Ha! These words carried the smell of gunpowder. It wasn't unpleasant to hear, but it was secretly mocking. How many people didn't understand the meaning behind it? Yushu looked at the young lady who was about the same age as her and snorted inwardly. This provocation was not bad, and her mouth was also sharp. She didn't know how many times she had practiced before coming here. Lu Ting, Pan Ming, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth and shot a warning glance at the young lady. He then turned his head to Yushu and said, "My junior sister has been rude and offended the female diviner. I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold it against us. It was rude of us to come here to teach you. If you are not willing, we will not force you. We are both in the top 3. For you to be able to take the first place, I believe you must have something outstanding about you." Only now did Yushu notice that Pan Ming looked like a good person. In terms of age, the other party was more than 10 years older than her. However, he didn't speak like an elder like Jeans Wafeng. Instead, he was polite and well-mannered, which made her look at him in a different light. But at this time, Jeans Wafeng spoke again. "Senior brother, I think junior sister's words are not unreasonable. There are so many people here today. If the new diviner doesn't dare to fight with us, then she will become a laughing stock. Even if she's timid, if word gets out in the future, she'll become a laughingstock. It won't affect her personal reputation, but will damage the prestige of the imperial astronomer. You should know that this female fortune teller was judged by the imperial astronomer. Pan Ming frowned and opened his mouth to say something. But when he saw Jin Zuofeng secretly hinting with his eyes, he finally shook his head and looked at Yushu. A trace of apology flashed in his eyes. Yushu narrowed her eyes. She could smell something strange from the interaction between these martial siblings. That's right, senior brother. If she has a card up her sleeve, why not compete with you? But she doesn't even dare to announce her sect, so she must be afraid. I don't know how the Celestial Commissioner judged that she is better than you. The female diviner called Lu Ting spoke again, shooting a provocative glance at Yushu. She didn't know that one of her words just happened to touch Yushu's nerves. This made Yushu, who originally didn't want to be kind, even more determined. Her eyes flashed with determination. She immediately raised her chin and laughed. Ha ha! In the end, you all are just afraid that I won't dare to accept the challenge. But when did I say that I won't accept? Let's compete. What do I have to fear? This group of people wanted to use her to gain benefits, so they shouldn't blame her for using them as a sacrifice to her reputation as a female diviner. There was a provocation from downstairs. The top 3 of this year's divination rankings had gathered and were about to compete. This situation was quickly reported to their masters by the attendants who had been sent out to scout. On the upper floor of the rear courtyard, Shui Rui and Lu Tan sat together, and only Helenshu sat at the same table. After he finished listening to the guard's report, Shui Rui instantly revealed a doubtful expression, and he said to the two that sat at the same table, "Strange, why would old Mr. Han act in this way? Isn't this going against the imperial astronomer?" He wasn't worried that Yushu wouldn't be able to handle it. Lu Tin nodded and agreed. Indeed, with old Mr. Han's reputation, even if he wanted to fight for his disciple, he wouldn't have to resort to such a method. Winning or losing doesn't matter. After the two expressed their opinions, Helenshu suddenly clicked his tongue and had a strange expression, attracting the attention of the other two. "What advice does Mr. have?" Lu Tan asked curiously. Helenshu rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together and said to Lu Tan and Shui Rui with a complicated expression, "This is bad." Shui Rui's eyelids twitched, and he asked, "What does Mr. know?" Heelan Cho nodded. Looking at Lu Tan, he said, "Not long ago, I heard some news from an old friend that last year, old fortune teller Han gathered many famous fortune tellers in Ling City and had a secret tea gathering at Qingshui Yuan. It seemed that they were preparing to build a garden. On the spot, they gathered 300,000 taels of silver. Such a large movement, I guess that they were planning something big. At this point, he looked at Shui Rui and paused to ask, "Eldest young master is often in the imperial court. Have you heard of old diviner Han being summoned to the palace to meet the emperor?" Shui Rui thought for a while and slowly nodded. "I have indeed heard of it once or twice." AI. Helenshu sighed heavily and suddenly said, "During the first examination of the Dian, arithmetic was not included. It was a dream of Holy Master Shizong 100 years ago that excluded it from the 6 subjects of the Dian. At that time, the Celestial Commissioner competed with the 6 ministries for talents, and there was a huge fight. In the end, arithmetic was separated from the 6 subjects and was not included in the selection of teachers. However, all the diviners were still chosen by the Celestial Commissioner." Lu Tan was puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Why does Mr. mention this?" Helenshu smiled bitterly and asked, "Let me ask your highness, among the high officials of the Celestial Commissioner, has there ever been a diviner in the past few decades?" As soon as he finished, before Lu Tan could understand, Shui Rui's expression changed and his eyes showed shock. Is Han Wenguang feeling indignant and wants to set up his own school of divination so that all the diviners in the world can form a separate school? I'm afraid that they have everything prepared and only lack a good reason. Helenshu shook his head repeatedly. This time, Lu Tan also understood and was shocked. Chapter 393. Just as Shui Rue and Helen Chu were guessing Han Wenguang's intentions in sending his disciples to pick a fight, Yushu was completely unaware that she was already in deep trouble and had become the last stepping stone to the heaven stairway in the eyes of others. She accepted Jean's Wufeng's challenge and saw that some of them could not hide their excitement and were secretly delighted. She sneered to herself and calmly waited for them to make trouble. No matter what kind of conspiracy they had, she would deal with them all at once. Female fortune teller has such elegance. Our visit was not in vain. It is really better to see than to know. Jean's Wufeng put on an act and cupped his hands towards Yushu. Yushu raised her hand to block and said bluntly, "Words of admiration can wait. Since you all want to compete with me, you must have a plan. Tell me about it first." Yushu clearly pointed out that they came prepared, but Jean's Wufeng did not blush. He raised his hand and pointed to his companions and said to her, "This round will be a three-way competition. Senior brother Pan, I, and you can choose the last person. We will choose 3 people to compete with Miss and set questions. Whoever answers correctly first wins. If they answer incorrectly or can't answer correctly, they lose. 3-2 wins. Female fortune teller, what do you think?" Xian Lu, Feng Zhaomiao, and the others watched the fire from the other side. Seeing this step, they knew that it was inevitable, but still broke out in cold sweat for Yushu. They secretly thought that this group of people was shrewd. They looked at each other and hesitated. In the end, no one stepped forward to speak up for Yushu. It was obvious that they were afraid of Han Wenguang's reputation as a fortune teller. Yushu immediately saw through their plan. She snorted and said, you're right. I believe that everyone here has a skill. Using 3 of your strengths to win against one of my skills, you all really know how to calculate." Being ridiculed by her, most of the people who came were embarrassed. Only Jean's Wufeng's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "This is not true. The 3 first grades have no loopholes. You were able to answer all the questions set by the Celestial Commissioner. As the chief fortune teller, your weakness is greater than your strength. How can we calculate?" These words were clearly sophistry, but he said it in a dignified manner. Yushu couldn't blame them anymore. She glanced at the expressions of the 5 of them and turned around to ask Lin Fu to prepare a table, chair, paper, and pen. She quickly came up with a plan and said, "We'll do as you say. Who wants to go first?" Jean Ziyin and the rest saw Yushu's confident look and thought that she was arrogant. Only Pan Ming's expression remained the same. He took a step forward with his abacus and said, "I'll go first. Female mathematician, please set the question." The guests who were chattering just now all lowered their voices and stopped talking. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared at the 2 parties in front of the door in complete silence. Yushu props up her chin with one hand, thinking about what kind of question to give to Jean's Wujue. Modern advanced mathematics was out of the question. The level of mathematics in this era had not developed to that point yet. Even if she gave them a question, they would not be able to understand it. On the contrary, it made her seem different. The mathematics questions in ancient times were mostly about daily life. Giving a question was different from answering it. Coming up with a difficult question was more difficult than solving 10 difficult questions. Han Wenguang's disciples had already taken the initiative and were already prepared. If she was really at the same level as them, then she would definitely lose today. Let me think about it. Let's let Master Pan set the question first. Yushu decided to test the other party's depth. She raised her hand and gestured for Pan Ming to go first. Pan Ming knew that he had the upper hand. He didn't refuse and handed the abacus under his armpit to his junior brother. Then, he took a tiger skin pouch from someone behind him and took out a heavy bamboo tube. Then, he took out a pearl the size of a little finger, which was smooth and shiny. He held it in front of Yushu to let her see it clearly and said in a deep voice, "This bamboo tube is 7 4 inches long, and its mouth is 5 2 inches round. This pearl is 3 inches round. The bamboo tube is filled with pearls of the same size. Let me ask, how many pearls can a tube hold?" Yushu was surprised. She was surprised that the other party had asked such a high-level question. It was able to give her, who was not good at calculating the volume, a headache. It was really difficult for her to think of a suitable solution in a short time. Xian Lu was standing not far behind Yushu. When he heard this question, he turned his head and whispered to Qin Yuro, "What kind of question is this? It's clearly making things difficult for people. The Lotus Master has not even seen how big the bamboo tube is. She has to guess. Who knows how many pearls can be placed in the tube?" Qin Yuro laughed and patted her shoulder. She also looked at Yushu worriedly and said softly, "Don't be anxious. Let's see." At this time, Lin Fu directed the waiter to move 2 square tables between them. Brush and ink were ready. As Yushu pondered, she wrote down the sizes that Pan Ming had just said. When the female fortune teller saw her actions, she was afraid that she would take the initiative and hurriedly reminded her, "You haven't given your question yet." Yushu sneered and ignored the small-minded woman. She put down her brush and looked up at Pan Ming, saying, "Since there are pearls, I will also use this as the question. There are 1,000 pearls in a bushel, and they are placed in 10 treasure boxes. You can randomly put a few pearls in one box, but after you're done, from 1 to 999, you can take out an entire box of pearls for me." Great fortune teller Pan, think about it. How are these 10 boxes going to be filled? This was actually a problem that could be solved using a function. In the modern era, it was not difficult to solve, but for the fortune tellers of this era, it was a difficult problem that they had no idea where to start. Just by looking at Pan Ming and the others' conflicted expressions, Jin Zhuofeng asked Pan Ming with his eyes. Pan Ming hesitated for a moment before silently nodding. Without saying anything else, he walked to the table and put down his abacus. He picked up his brush and started writing. Yushu picked up her brush again, but the ink was still on the paper. She was not in a hurry to solve the question. First, she strenuously recalled the volume formulas from ancient times. The time it took to drink a cup of tea quickly passed. There were also people who were proficient in mathematics. They discussed in private, but the difficulty of these 2 questions made them frown and unable to come up with a solution. Yushu wrote and drew on the paper. She recalled the formulas that seemed right but weren't. With a few swishes, she changed to another piece of paper. She didn't know why, but she couldn't concentrate. Gradually, her previous relaxed mood disappeared. People with discerning eyes could see that she was impatient. Some of the nearby customers craned their necks to see what she was calculating. It was a mess, and they couldn't see clearly. Pan Ming, on the other hand, was playing with the abacus beads in one hand. From time to time, he would write down a number. Seeing that the audience was getting impatient, Yushu suddenly grabbed a piece of paper and rolled it into a ball with a cold face. She threw it on the ground as if she was venting her anger. Then, she put down her brush and walked back and forth in front of the table. From time to time, she would stop and look at Pan Ming. Suddenly, she said, "Great fortune teller Pan, what if both of us can't answer this time?" Pan Ming put the last bead on the abacus. He raised his head, and his eyebrows relaxed. There was an honest smile on his face. "No, I already have the solution." Yushu's face stiffened. The next moment, she heard the voices of the guests around her. She solved it. Did you hear that? Fortune teller Pan solved it first. Tisk tsk. She is indeed the disciple of a famous teacher. Alas, this female fortune teller is still too young. Alas, young people are full of vigor. Seems like there isn't much difference between the top 3. The fortune teller might not be that good either. Hearing these criticisms, Yushu looked at the smug expressions on the other party's faces and felt unhappy. She reminded, "Then please explain. I'm all ears." "You'll lose. That's how it should be." Pan Ming looked down at the records on the paper and read them one by one. 10 boxes of pearls. There were 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 62, 125, 250, and 500, respectively. No matter how many you want. It can even take out the whole box. Am I right? That's the correct answer. Yushu smiled bitterly and nodded gracefully. Xian Lu and Qin Yuro, who were watching from the side, simultaneously revealed looks of disappointment. They clearly didn't expect Yu Shu to be inferior to her opponent. Hee hee, senior brother, you're the best. The female diviner giggled. Standing next to Pan Ming, she raised her chin and said to Yu Shu, then this time it's your loss. These people have been a little afraid of Yu Shu just a moment ago. However, after winning the first round, they were no longer so cautious, especially Jean's woofing. He didn't take Yu Shu seriously at all. Now, he was even more certain that she was able to win because of Celestial Commissioner's prejudice against their teacher. When he looked at Yu Shu again, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Just as Jean's woofing was about to take advantage of the situation and start the second round, Yu Shu's servant, Yindo, came out of nowhere and whispered a few words in her ear. Yu Shu turned to look at the flower rack that led to the backyard. Then, she apologized to Pan Ming and the others. Please wait for a moment. Please wait a moment. I'll be right back. After she finished speaking, she left everyone behind and hurriedly went around the flower rack, disappearing without a trace. Shuirue was waiting behind the flower rack. As soon as he saw Yu Shu's figure, he pulled her arm and quickly led her to an empty room on the first floor. After entering, he let go of her with one hand and closed the door with the other. He turned around and looked at Yu Shu with a serious expression. Yu Shu was frightened by his expression. Big brother, it's fine that you lost just now, but are you sure you can win the next 2 rounds? Shuirue asked with a sullen face. Yu Shu was afraid that he would see her lose. She guiltily glanced to the side and said, Unexpectedly, Shuirue said in a serious tone, if I don't have full confidence, I will ask the 9th prince to come forward and suppress this matter. This is not necessary, right? Yu Shu looked at Shuirue with a puzzled expression, and she felt that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. It had already come to this, so if Lu Tan were to step forward and meddle in this, wouldn't it make things even more difficult for her? Shuirue sneered and said in a low voice, do you think Han Wenguang is just angry that you took away the reputation of his disciple, so he sent someone to pick a fight with you? Yu Shu was surprised and asked suspiciously, isn't it true? Shuirue squinted his eyes. Han Wenguang has been famous for 30 years. During these 20 years, he has trained 2 excellent disciples of fortune teller, and one of them has 3 fortune tellers. He is in charge of the largest chamber of commerce in Anling City and has both fame and fortune. At his age, why would he make things difficult for a little girl like you just for a little reputation? Yu Shu felt that something was wrong. After listening to Shuirue's explanation, she was even more sure that there was a conspiracy. Seeing that he seemed to know something, she urged, brother, just tell me what you know. What is that person's plan? This was an important matter. Yet Shuirue wasn't willing to conceal it from Yu Shu, who was the person concerned. So he told her about Han Wenguang's objective in full detail, and it included the severe consequences that would be brought about by her defeat today. The hairs on Yu Shu's body stood on end when she heard half of what Shuirue said, and when Shuirue finished speaking, her beautiful face had already turned completely black. She took a few deep breaths to forcefully suppress her shock and rage, and a cold light flashed within her eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, Chapter 394. Jean's Wafone and Pan Ming waited outside for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before they saw Yu Shu walk out from behind the screen. She did not look like she had stage fright, and Jean's Wafone heaved a sigh of relief. Amidst a wave of whispered discussions, Yu Shu walked over to stand behind the table, and then she looked at Han Wenguang's disciples once more while a mouthful of resentment was stored in her chest, yet she didn't impatiently reveal it. She discussed it with Shuirue earlier, and they would surely not allow this group of people to retreat unscathed today. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I drank some wine today, and my mind is not clear. After drinking a bowl of soup to sober up, I feel much better. Yu Shu fiddled with the pottery brush holder on the table and said confidently, I will not be modest in the next 2 rounds. The moment she said this, the female fortune teller became unhappy and said unhappily, Who wants you to be modest? If you have the ability, then win against us. What is the point of just talking? A ninth-rank fortune teller dared to be so rude to a fourth-rank fortune teller like Yushu. It must be said that the loss just now had greatly boosted the other party's morale and killed Yushu's prestige. Yushu was not angry. She took the teacup from Lin Fu's hand and slowly took a sip. She asked Jean Zhuofeng, "Is it Jean Da's turn to calculate the second round?" "Yes." Jean Zhuofeng stood up with a smile. "Female fortune teller will start first, or should I?" Yushu raised her hand. "Wait, why don't we talk about the competition later? I have a suggestion, but I don't know if you will agree." Jean Zhuofeng asked suspiciously. "What suggestion? Please speak." Yushu frowned. "Since you want to compete with me, there will be wins and losses. Shouldn't there be an explanation? Otherwise, if I win for nothing, there will be no benefit at all. On the contrary, if I lose, the embarrassment is secondary. More importantly, it will be a waste of my reputation as a fortune teller. Would I be wrong then?" "This," Jean Zhuofeng sneered inwardly. She was still thinking of winning, but her words were straightforward. "Then what do you think?" Yushu wiped the lid of the teacup. He sneered in his heart and said, "If I win, in front of all these guests today, the few of you will bow to me, serve me tea, and admit defeat. I don't want anything else. Give me the seal specially made for you by the Celestial Commissioner." Didn't they want to start a new life? Then she would fulfill their wish. Hearing this, Jean Zhuoming, Pan Ming, and the others' expressions changed at the same time. They looked at each other, and none of them dared to agree. The seal, specially made by the Celestial Commissioner, was a symbol of their identity as a great fortune teller. It was also an honor. Wasn't giving it away the same as slapping himself in the face? How about it? It's just a suggestion. If you're afraid of losing and don't dare to agree, then forget it. Yushu smiled, indicating that she wouldn't force them. Then he said lazily, "But this kind of battle is too boring. Forgive me for not being interested in the next 2 matches. If you don't agree, then I won't play with you anymore." The 5 of them were stunned. The female fortune teller, Lu Ting, reacted the quickest. She pulled on Jean Zhuoming's back and whispered, "Senior brother, I think she's trying to find a way to shirk responsibility. We can't let her succeed." Jean Zhuoming nodded slightly. He also felt that Yushu had lost 1 match and had thoughts of retreating. He remembered what his master had said before he left. No matter what, he had to suppress this fortune teller's limelight. He had to ruthlessly step on her. Just 1 victory wasn't enough. "Fine, we'll do as you say. If you win, we will definitely do as you say." "Good." Yushu put down the teacup. Her eyes lit up. The moment this agreement was announced, the guests in the restaurant couldn't help but become excited. Most of the spectators had the same mentality, hoping for the matter to blow up as much as possible. Shui Rue stood behind the flower rack and looked at the scene in the restaurant. Even though he felt uneasy, he still laughed at Yushu's shameless move. Jean Zhuoming saw Yushu's expression and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think too much about it. He walked forward and stood behind the table, asking her who would go first. Yushu held a pen in one hand and said, "Great fortune teller Jean is already prepared. Go first and let me think for a moment." Jean Zhuoming nodded, and a trace of confidence flashed in his eyes. He said, "In the Chamber of Commerce, there are 8 chairs arranged in a row. The 4 stewards will take their seats, and each of them will occupy a seat. Coincidentally, there are 3 empty chairs in the middle. Let me ask you, how many seating arrangements can there be?" Yushu had just lost once and was too careless. She listened attentively to his question. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. This kind of seating arrangement seemed simple, but it was actually a hidden mystery. If it was in ancient times, the only way to solve it was to list it one by one. It was time-consuming and troublesome, and it was easy to make mistakes. It would take at least 1 to 4 hours to solve it. The other party was obviously making things difficult for them. How could they know that a few hundred years later, there would be a genius who researched a magical mathematical theory called permutation and combination? Yushu held back her smile and wrote down the question word by word on a piece of paper. In just a short while, Someone had already calculated and argued in a low voice. This question isn't difficult, right? I think I have 3 ways to arrange it. It's not 3. It's clearly 5. Like this, you are all wrong. There are more than 10 ways. Shui Rui turned his head and looked at Pei Jing and He Fangji, who had heard the news and rushed down from upstairs to watch. He said, "Does Mr. Pei have a solution for this question?" Pei Jing frowned and looked at Yushu's young and vigorous back worriedly. He said, "It's troublesome. You have to arrange it one by one. According to my estimation, there are more than 100 ways. I'm just afraid that she will miss it." Shui Rui pondered. He Fangji was not proficient in mathematics like him, so he could only ask Pei Jing, who was a great mathematician. "In your opinion, what are the chances of Xiaoyu winning?" Pei Jing shook his head and signaled him to look in front of him. "It depends on what kind of question Xiaoyu will come up with." Yushu didn't know that someone was worrying about her. She stopped writing and looked up at Jean Zwuffeng's leisurely look. She smiled and cleared her throat. "It seems that Jinqing University is good at this kind of question. In that case, I will give you a suggestion. Listen carefully. There's a year when there are only 6 martial artists participating in the military selection. According to the Ministry of War's requirement, the 6 martial artists can only meet each other once, and each of them must have competed twice. Let me ask you, how many ways are there in total?" Her question didn't sound difficult at first. On the surface, it was the same type as Jean Zwuffeng's question. But in fact, there was a hidden danger. The solution was not simple permutation and combination. It involved a higher-level concept in the field of mathematics, graph theory. These fake pedants who didn't even know what permutation and combination were would have to rack their brains to solve this question. Jean Zwuffeng probably hadn't realized the difficulty of this question, so he calmly copied it down. He didn't know that he was trying to think of a solution. He even had the time to ask the waiter of the restaurant to refill his tea. Yushu saw his behavior and secretly rolled her eyes. She was waiting to see his anxious face turn white. Not only did the two of them raise their pens to calculate, but the spectators' discussions never stopped. At first, they thought that these 2 questions weren't difficult, but as they talked, they realized that they weren't accurate at all. Instead, they became dizzy and had a headache thinking about it. Only then did they feel that being in the top 3 wasn't for nothing. As for Xian Lu and the others who were standing at the counter, they were also discussing in low voices. Feng Zhaomiao counted with her fingers for a while and then got herself involved. She scratched her ears and said, "It's clearly quite simple, so why is it so difficult? Wait here, I'll go get a pen and paper." Xian Lu hurriedly said, "Bring me a pen too." Qin Yuero didn't join in on the excitement. Instead, she calmly watched the scene, her gaze going back and forth between Yu Shu and Jean Zwuffeng. She saw that great fortune master Jean was calm and unhurried at first, but not long after, a strange expression appeared on his face. His hands gradually became hurried, and after a while, he actually stared at the paper in a daze. In contrast, Yu Shu didn't even use an abacus from start to finish. She just leaned over the table and wrote something. She had an extremely elegant demeanor and didn't look as flustered as she did in the first round. It was as if she had become a completely different person. Pan Ming stood not far behind Jean Zwuffeng. When he saw him stop in a daze, he frowned and said in a low voice, "Junior Marshal Brother, don't be anxious. Take your time." Based on Pan Ming's level, he could already sense the difficulty of Yu Shu's problem, so he knew that Jean Zwuffeng was currently panicking. The biggest taboo in arithmetic was to have one's heart flustered. Once one's heart was flustered, it was easy to make a mistake. To become a great fortune master, one had to be meticulous and patient. When Jean Zwuffeng heard Pan Ming's reminder, he calmed down a lot. He secretly told himself not to be anxious and that there was still a lot of time. Just as he raised his pen and was about to continue calculating, he heard a light chuckle from the other side. "Great fortune master Jean, please stop writing. I already have an answer." Jean Zwuffeng was startled and raised his head to look at Yu Shu. He didn't believe that she could calculate the answer in such a short amount of time, unless she made a mistake. It had to be known that this problem was personally written by his master. Among all his fellow martial brothers and sisters, the one with the clearest mind would have to wait for a long time. When he thought about it this way, he felt his entire body relax. Since she made a mistake, he would undoubtedly win this round and wouldn't need to solve her strange problem. Jean Wuffeng self-righteously put down his pen and raised his hand to indicate to Yu Shu, "What's the answer?" There are a total of 480 ranking methods. Hearing this, Jean Wuffeng's ears rang for a moment and he felt dizzy. His body swayed unsteadily and he held onto the corner of the table to steady himself. Looking at the people behind him, Pan Ming, who also knew the correct answer, was stunned. In the next moment, his face turned red and he excitedly strode forward. He blurted out a question to Yu Shu. "How did you calculate it?" Seeing this scene, those who weren't stupid could see that Yu Shu had the correct answer. 480 methods. Some people sighed, and each one of them stared at Yu Shu in shock. No one knew how she managed to come up with 480 methods in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Behind the flower rack, Shuirui's bright eyes looked at Yu Shu's slender figure. Pei Jing let out a low laugh and shook his head, sighing at his own inferiority. The female fortune teller, Lu Ting's reaction was half a beat slower. She asked Pan Ming in confusion, Senior brother, did she calculate it correctly?" Pan Ming didn't have the mood to pay attention to her. He stubbornly stared at Yu Shu. His eyes were slightly green, as if he wanted to open her brain and see what was inside. Chapter 395. One more update. If you take me as your master, I'll teach you. Everyone knew that Pan Ming, the hideout of this year's calculation list, was Han Wenguang's favorite disciple. How could he choose another master? Whether it was true or not, Yu Shu was disrespecting Han Wenguang. Strictly speaking, she was looking down on Han Wenguang. The group of people who came to provoke them pulled long faces. They couldn't hold back their anger and shouted, "Nonsense!" Everyone in the building was dumbfounded by Yu Shu's words. Shuirui, who was watching in the dark, supported his forehead with one hand. He was not happy that she won a round, but she was already having a headache because of her unforgiving temper. Pan Ming reached out to restrain the indignant junior brother and junior sister. With a straight face, he said to Yu Shu, "Miss, please don't joke around. It's fine if you don't want to tell me the solution. You win this match." "Hee, I don't like to force others. It's fine if you don't want to." Yu Shu put on a look of pity and extended her teacup to the side. Lin Fu respectfully picked up the teapot and refilled it. He smiled and said respectfully, "Miss, you're really capable. I didn't even understand the problem, but you solved it in a short time." Yu Shu smiled without saying anything. Jean Wuffeng returned to his fellow disciples with an embarrassed expression and apologized in a low voice. "It's my fault. I've failed my master's trust." Pan Ming wanted to comfort him, but had nothing to say. He patted his shoulder and said stiffly, "There's still one more round. Just win." Jean Wuffeng smiled bitterly. He did not dare to underestimate Yu Shu anymore. He turned to the other three disciples and lowered his voice so that no one could hear him. "This girl knows some crooked ways. Be careful. If she chooses you, you can't be careless. You can't lose again." Lu Ting angrily said, "She was just lucky just now. I don't believe that she can solve the second of Master's 3 difficult questions after solving the first one." Jean Wuffeng was still worried. He reminded them in a low voice, "She's going to set a problem. It's fine if you know how to solve it. Don't be anxious if you can't solve it. Whoever loses first, the winner is the loser." The three of them nodded in agreement. The 2 male accountants did not dare to be careless. They were afraid that they would not be able to answer Yu Shu's question. One of them hesitantly asked, "Senior brother, Rushi, if we lose, do we really have to give her the seal of the fortune teller?" Jean Zuyin glared at him and snapped, "What do you mean? As long as you don't make any mistakes, it will be a draw at most." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Pan Ming. Both of them were well aware that their teacher's 3rd question was only hidden from these youngsters. It was a precautionary measure. Even he himself had spent half a month trying to solve it, let alone a young and inexperienced girl. Yushu sipped her tea. Seeing that the people in front of him were still discussing in whispers, he couldn't help but find it funny. So he interrupted, "What are you guys talking about? Now it's one loss and one win. It's a draw. There's still one more round. If I remember correctly, I'll pick someone to compete with." Many of the onlookers in the restaurant watched the two of them exchange blows with great interest. In the beginning, when Yushu lost a round, some people felt disappointed. But just now, when she turned the tables and showed them how powerful she was, they became excited again. No one wanted to leave early. At the counter, Feng Zhaomiao was still waiting for his seat with a pen in his hand. Xian Liu and Qin Yuero avoided him and whispered together, "Yes, there's still one more round. My junior brothers and sisters are all great fortune tellers. Their arithmetic skills are not a problem. Female fortune teller, please choose one person." Pan Ming replied to Yushu. Yushu glanced at the faces of the remaining two men and one woman. She could see that although they were a little nervous, they were not perturbed. It seemed that they were not afraid of making a fool of themselves if they could not answer her question. She didn't know where their confidence came from. After thinking for a moment, Yushu pointed at one of them and said, The person who was chosen stood up with a displeased expression and said, "What you? My name is Ho Luding." It was that talkative female fortune teller. Yushu looked at the other's age. At most, she was older than her by a year. She guessed that she was also a great fortune teller on this year's list, which was rare. Thinking about this, she understood more and more why Han Wenguang wanted to establish his own sect. First, he wanted to have soldiers under him. Then, he wanted to be the commander. If he succeeded, then she would undoubtedly become a sinner. Her future would be ruined, and it would be no different from a fool's dream to become a celestial commissioner. A general success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. Hateful, hateful. How could she be willing to be a pile of bones under someone else's feet? So it's Ho Luding. Yushu looked calm on the surface, but everyone could see that there was a fire burning in her heart. Female fortune teller, please choose the question. Ho Luding raised her chin and put her hands behind her back, pretending to be a general. However, because she was young, she was not as imposing as her two senior apprentice brothers. Yushu touched her chin and looked at the girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. After a moment, she had an idea. Her eyes flashed, and she said briskly, "If that's the case, I won't be polite. My question isn't difficult, it's also about calculation. However, it's not about brains, it's about calculation skills. Do you dare to compete with me?" She did not like to be led by the nose. She had let them choose the first two questions. This time, it was time for her to make the first move. Ho Luding obviously could not stand the provocation and said without hesitation, "It's up to you to choose the question." Yushu crossed her arms and shouted across the table, "Let's compete in catching dragons." The counterpoint is a crab has 8 legs, 2 pincers have 6 feet. The next sentence is 2 crabs have 16 legs, 4 pincers have 12 feet. So on and so forth. I'll take one sentence and you take another. Whoever takes the wrong sentence first loses. What do you think? Ho Luding did not expect Yushu to do this. She frowned and turned to look at Jin Zhuofeng and Pan Ming, senior martial brother. Jin Zhuofeng forced a smile and said to Yushu, "With Miss Yu's method of competing, doesn't that mean we don't have to choose the question? Isn't that a bit unfair?" Yushu narrowed her eyes and sneered. "You guys came prepared with a difficult question, but you want me to improvise. Is this called fair?" She had guessed that they were very confident in the third question, so they didn't want them to choose. Jin Zhuofeng still wanted to argue, but Yushu turned her head first and asked the guests present, "I'll be so bold as to ask everyone to be reasonable." Everyone saw with their own eyes the previous 2 rounds. They were the ones who proposed the rules and came up with the first question. Now that it's my turn to come up with the first question, they're using all sorts of excuses. Is this fair? The people here were all guests that Yushu had invited. They ate the food and wine of her family and basked in her glory, so naturally, they were more partial to her. Thus, someone said, "That's right. How is this fair? I think the female mathematician's question is feasible." Very quickly, someone else agreed. I think so too. Let's compete like this. Don't be so long-winded. Hurry up and compete. The rising and falling voices of agreement made Jean Zhuofeng, Pan Ming, and the others lose face, but they couldn't play the hero and agree. The question that Yushu came up with was not difficult. It was just a simple calculation. However, they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't make a mistake if they were to lose like this. Yushu looked at the various expressions on the opposite side, her hand knocking on the lid of the teacup. She felt that it was about time, and if she didn't say anything, it would arouse the public's anger. She then cleared her throat and said, "How about this? If you think it's unfair, I'll change it. This calculation must be done, but I'm not afraid of your difficult question. I'll let you guys come up with the same question. Miss Ho will compete with me on the crab and the dragon first. If she wins, then I don't need to look at your third question. If she loses, then it'll be a draw. I'll solve the third question, then it'll be my win. Is that okay?" Yushu put on a magnanimous appearance of, "I'll let you guys go this time," suppressing the criticism of the guests. This made the 5 people's teeth itch, but they couldn't challenge her. Shui Rue, who was standing in the dark, didn't understand Yushu's intention. He looked at her thoughtfully. He didn't know why, but he felt that she wouldn't lose. Jean Zhuofeng's face was pale as he turned to discuss with Pan Ming. He didn't expect that things would develop to this point. According to their previous plan, they should have won Yushu in 2 rounds. Now that it has been dragged to this point, they could only brace themselves and continue to compete. No matter what, they must win. "Okay, we'll do as you say." Jean Zhuofeng made the decision. Ho Luding was very unwilling. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Jean Zhuofeng's eyes. She pulled a long face and said to Yushu, "You came up with the question. You go first." Yushu looked at her with a smile and said like a children's song, "A crab has 8 legs, 2 pincers, and 6 feet. There was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken." She didn't want to waste her brain to deal with this kind of rookie. Ho Luding didn't know that Yushu didn't like her at all. She even felt that she was using her talent to crack a nut. She said with a confused face, "2 crabs have 16 legs for pincers and 12 feet. The 2 of them continued like this. The onlookers found it interesting, but they didn't know the difficulty. Yushu's speed was good at first, but when she counted to 20 crabs, she suddenly sped up. Ho Luding was caught off guard and stuttered before continuing. She hurriedly moved the abacus in front of her and fiddled with it to avoid carelessness. On the other hand, Yushu calmly put her hands in her sleeves and half closed her eyes. Not to mention fiddling with the abacus, she didn't even stutter. She received 51 crabs in one breath and still had time to drink tea to moisten her throat. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but admire her. Someone said in a low voice, "No wonder she can become a superior person at this age. This is true talent." While many people were sighing in admiration, Ho Luding suffered a lot. She kept talking until her mouth was dry and her eyes hurt from staring at the abacus. She carelessly dialed 2 beads and her mind went blank. She stood there in a daze. 72 crabs. Jean Zhuofeng and the others were anxious, but they didn't dare to remind her openly. How could Yushu wait for her? She closed the teacup and said with a smile, "Why don't Miss Ho take it? I am waiting." Chapter 396, Part 2. If you can't connect it, then you can't connect it. Why are you crying? Yushu had forced her into a corner, but she was still merciless and mocked. Is that all you can do? You can't even count accurately, and you can only cry. You still want to learn from others and compete with them. You don't know what you're talking about. In order to learn actuarial calculation, she counted the 8 crab legs in the morning and night for 3 years. She counted 500 crab legs in one breath easily. It's not that she looked down on others and wanted to gain something from it. If this little girl, surnamed Ho, had worked hard on calculation, she wouldn't have failed to count 100 crabs. Ho Luding was too ashamed to show her face after being ridiculed by Yushu. Her face was full of shame, and she couldn't muster the slightest bit of stubbornness. She covered her face and turned around, not daring to look at her senior brothers. Jin Zuyin had just lost a round, so he could not blame his junior sister. However, he was not in the mood to comfort her. Pan Ming sighed and patted her back. He stared deeply at Yushu and said in a deep voice, "My junior sister is not as good as female mathematician. As previously said, it is still a draw." Yushu nodded. Seeing that the other side would not give a question for a while, she sat on the chair and waited quietly. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Oluding finally calmed down. Her eyes were red as she turned around and said to Yushu, "Female mathematician, it is my turn to give a question." Yushu raised her eyelids and did not get up. "Go ahead." She respected respectable people and valued friendship. This was her temperament and also her pride. She did not feel that there was anything to be proud of when she was ahead of these ancient people and academics for hundreds of years. However, she had a clear conscience. What she could rely on today was exchanged with her sweat and tears. Ho Luding glanced at Jin Zuyin, who nodded at her. She bit her lips and said in a nasal voice, there are 20 soldiers lined up. Each row can only stand 4 soldiers. If you're asked to line up, how many rows can you line up?" Her voice faded. Yushu's hands trembled, and she almost dropped the teacup. She managed to hold back her surprise and lowered her head to take notes. In his heart, he was both surprised and delighted. This problem of 20 soldiers was clearly the same as a very famous 20 trees problem she had seen in modern times, except that the trees were turned into soldiers. This was not a calculation problem, and it had nothing to do with permutations and combinations. Instead of saying it was a math problem, it was more like a drawing problem. It was a problem that many famous mathematicians in history sought to solve. However, its final answer was, it was a question mark. Such a similar topic should not have been raised in this dynasty, but Yushu encountered it. Was this just a coincidence? Yushu's eyes flickered. She turned around and ordered Xiao Dai to fetch a wooden ruler and her charcoal pencil from her study. With the tools in hand, she first drew a few random strokes on the paper, looking for the complicated and blurry diagram in her memory. At the same time, she was very curious about the old mathematician whom she had never met before. Of course, she was not stupid enough to think that this real problem was really thought up by these people in front of her, that they could be so confident. It must be Han Wenguang's hand. Yushu sat on the chair for a full half an hour. There was a stack of used paper beside her, but she was still drawing. Some of the customers could not sit still. They went to the toilet and hurried back, afraid to miss the scene of her solving the problem. In this half an hour, the other group of people was obviously more relaxed. Some stood, some sat. They quietly waited for Yushu to solve the problem. It was rare that no one urged her. This was the respect Yushu had earned with her actions. It could be seen that whether it was an enemy or a friend, strength was the best countermeasure to shut people up. Xian Lu and the others' legs were sore from standing. They had already found a chair to sit on. In the light and in the dark, only Shui Rue accompanied her. He stood there for as long as Yushu sat. At this time, the guard next to Lu Tan quietly approached Shui Rue and passed a note to him. Shui Rue opened it and saw a row of small words. "A draw is enough. If I want to interfere, I will not let him do as he wishes." In his heart, Shui Rue thought that Lu Tan still couldn't restrain himself in the end. He knew very well why Lu Tan was so impatient. In fact, Han Wenguang had only one son, and his wife was the young lady of the Yin clan, which was the #1 prominent clan in the capital. She was also an aunt of Prince Ning, Lu Hao. How could he just sit and watch Han Wenguang succeed? A draw is good, but Shui Rue tilted his head. His gaze passed over the colorful bouquet and stared at Yushu's back. He could not make a choice. After a while, he pinched Lu Tan's note in his hand and ordered the guards seriously. "Go and report that I said it. If I can't win, I will bear all the consequences." After he sent the guards away, Shui Rue put away the crushed note into his sleeve so that it wouldn't be seen by Pei Jing and Yi Fangji, who were sitting nearby. His gaze once again descended onto Yushu, and a strand of helplessness leaked out from the corners of his eyes. Habit is really a terrifying word. He didn't know if his decision was correct, but there was already a voice in his heart that told him, help her. Soon, the sun set, and the afternoon passed in a hurry. The sunlight, shining on the table, fell like a curtain. When the last corner of the table had disappeared, Yushu finally put down her pen, let out a long sigh, and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Phew! Outside Wanji Tower, many passers-by had gathered. They whispered and guessed if she had solved it. Pan Ming looked at Yushu and felt a little nervous. This time, he did not wait for Jean Zwoofing to ask. He stepped forward and said, "Do you have the solution, lady mathematician?" Yushu turned the last piece of paper over and covered the table. She looked up and said, "I want to ask you a question. I hope you can answer me truthfully." Pan Ming nodded. He could not wait to know the result. The third question, did your master, Senior Han Wenguang, solve it? Pan Ming felt that there was nothing to hide. These 3 questions could deceive laymen and say that they came up with it. He believed that Yushu had already guessed that it was his master's idea. So, he ignored Jean Zwoofing's look and said frankly, "My master solved it." Yushu smiled with relief. She opened the paper on the table and held it in front of him to let him see the picture on it. She said in a clear voice, "As you can see, I made 20 lines. I don't know how many lines Mr. Han Wenguang can make." Pan Ming and Jean Zwoofing clearly saw the picture that Yushu made with a charcoal pencil and ruler. They were stunned. Hearing her question, no one answered for a while. There was only horror in their hearts. 20 lines. 20 lines. Someone exclaimed on the spot. For more than an hour, many people were curious and tried to make it. Most of them could only make 4 or 5 lines. How could they not be shocked that she could make 20 lines? Some people did not believe it. They left their seats and came forward to watch. They counted the picture in Yushu's hand with fine lines one by one. Then, they were all dumbfounded. Yushu did not hold her hand for too long. When the people near saw it clearly, she put it down. She closed her sore eyes and asked again, "Master Pan, Master Jean, may I ask how many lines your master can solve?" Pan Ming did not say anything. He stared at the picture that Yushu put on the table. Jean Zwoofing was also speechless. How could he answer this question? If he said that his master could solve 20 lines, it would mean that she had solved it correctly and won the game. However, if he said that she had solved 1 line less, she would make it difficult for them to show how their master solved 21 lines. How could they lie? What made them most frightened was that their master had solved only 18 lines. Yushu looked at their submissive expression coldly. She only stood up lazily after forcing them to this point. She moved her shoulders and said, "Tell me. Why can't you tell me? Are you saying that Mr. Han can't solve as many as me, a junior?" As soon as she said this, there was silence inside and outside the building. Many pairs of doubtful and disbelieving eyes looked at the 5 of them. Jean Zwoofing saw that the situation was getting worse and worse. He bit the bullet and said ruthlessly, "Don't talk nonsense. How can my master not solve as many as you? He solved, ha ha ha." At this moment, a series of hoarse laughter came from outside the door and interrupted Jean Zwoofing's answer. Yushu's eyelids twitched. She looked at the door and saw that the crowd in front of the door was separated. 2 guards opened up a path, and an old man with wrinkled skin and white hair walked out. He was short and thin, wearing a dark green cardigan. A pair of long eyebrows drooped down to the corner of his eyes, revealing a pair of long and narrow eyes. "Master! Master!" Pan Ming and the others shouted in unison. They bowed and introduced the identity of the old man. It was the famous Mr. Han. Yushu and the old man's eyes met. She stared at the invisible pressure. She did not lower her head, retreat, bow, or greet. Han Wenguang waved his hand to let his disciples stand up. He lifted his robe and walked towards Yushu. He looked at her and said in a hoarse voice, "You are the female oracle this year, Yushu of Yang?" "That's me." Han Wenguang looked at her from top to bottom. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "Do you know that because of you, I lost an oracle disciple? You can only blame your disciple's lack of skill. What does it have to do with me?" Yushu said coldly. Pan Ming and the others were so angry that their veins popped. Unexpectedly, the corner of Han Wenguang's mouth curled up, and he actually laughed. He nodded and said, "This child, very good, very good." Normally, if someone was personally praised by Han Wenguang, they would be grinning from ear to ear. However, Yushu only held a grudge against this old man and did not have a good impression of him. She only felt that he was putting on an act, so she did not appreciate it and directly asked, "Just now, your disciple gave me a question. I heard that Mr. Han also solved it. How much did you solve?" Han Wenguang waved his hand and said modestly, "Sai, I am old and my brain is not as good as the young people. I only solved 18 lines. Please excuse me." Yushu raised her eyebrows. She thought that this old man was sensible. If he dared to argue with her, she would make him lose his reputation. Chapter 397. Han Wenguang was so honest and frank, but she had wasted all her efforts. Han Wenguang was so honest and frank, but she had wasted all her efforts. Yushu thought it was a pity and said, "Since that's the case, then consider the third round my victory. According to what I said earlier, your disciple challenged me to a duel. Now that he has lost, he should bow to me, serve me tea, and hand me the official seal." Yushu didn't care when Han Wenguang came. She clearly stated the previous agreement and waited for them to fulfill it. Han Wenguang turned his head and glanced at his disciples who looked ashamed. His eyes sharpened, and when he turned to Yushu, he disappeared again and said to her with a kind look, "It's all my fault. It's all because of this old man's stubbornness, forcing them to come to you for advice. You can't blame them for this. You're the first of the top 3, so it's only right that they lost to you. This old man will apologize to you. For this old man's sake, please be magnanimous." When Yushu heard this, she really wanted to laugh. She was almost treated as a pile of bones, and her future was almost ruined. This old man just said a few words and treated it as nothing happened. Did he treat her like a child? Ridiculous. If she didn't know his intention, Yushu might not become enemies with him for the sake of his reputation and age. But she knew that he was a wolf or a tiger. How could she throw away the knife just because he temporarily kept his sharp claws? If that's the case, old oracle, then I've already given you face and let them have their way twice. Everything can be done once or twice, but not 3 or 4 times. Forgive me for being rude. Yushu cupped her hands at him, turned around, and pointed at the table in front of her, asking people to carry it away. She lifted the hem of her clothes and sat on her mahogany chair. She pointed at the people behind Han Wenguang and said in a cold tone, "You're not the only one. If you admit defeat, come up and bow to me. If you want to deny it, then get out." There was silence in and out of the building again. This time, even Han Wenguang couldn't keep his face. Looking at Yushu with a gloomy face, his disciples were ashamed and angry, but they had no words to refute. Ho Luding was still young, and she was the first to lose her cool. Maybe because she had someone to back her up, she became more confident. She stepped forward and pointed at Yushu angrily. You're so rude. You're full of nonsense. What do you mean by give it to us? When have you ever given it to us? It's true that you've won 2 rounds, but didn't you lose the first round to my senior brother Pan? You got first place in the exam in vain. How can you not compare to my senior brother, who got second place? Yushu crossed her legs and glanced at her. Why didn't I go easy on you? There are so many pairs of eyes watching. You clearly lost to me in crab counting, but I still answered your third question. Isn't this called going easy? If this isn't called, then she looked down and saw a spot. She curled up the corner of her mouth and pointed there. Hey there, pick it up and show it to your senior brother Pan. Ask him if I went easy on you. Many people in the room followed Yushu's finger and looked at the ground. They saw a pile of waste paper lying alone on the red carpet. Many people vaguely remembered that Yushu threw it on the ground when she was solving the first question. Ho Luding was not convinced. Picking up the piece of paper from the ground, she opened it and saw a line of numbers. Puzzled, she handed it to Pan Ming, but Pan Ming was stunned. He snatched the piece of paper from her hand and read it several times. His fingers trembled slightly. This made the rest of the people confused. Xian Lu and Feng Zhaomiao, who had been watching from the sidelines, also gathered around. Xian Lu asked. Lotus Room, what's written on it? Yushu leaned one arm on the armrest, tilted her head, and held her chin. Without looking back, she said, What else can it be? Of course, it's the answer to my first question. More than 100 people were stunned. Very quickly, some people came back to their senses. The first to respond was Feng Zhaomiao. Then you are, Yushu sneered. She looked at the old Oracle Han whom she had never met before, but had schemed to ruin her future. Her eyes flashed with coldness and calmly said, I was afraid that the old Oracle would lose face, so I purposely lost the first round. Otherwise, do you really think that the Celestial Commissioner chose a female Oracle like me to make up the numbers? If old Diviner doesn't accept it, then I'll draw a line here. Do you dare to have a match with me? If I lose to you, then your disciples don't need to bow and apologize to me. I'll kneel down and kowtow to you 3 times. How about it? At this moment, Yushu had put away her shrewd and unreasonable appearance. She was arrogant and proud. She pressed forward with an indomitable will. She was so fierce that it made people's hearts palpitate. Shuai stood behind a flowery shelf and stared at that person's silver robe, and he could only feel his heart thumping fiercely. The threads of love that were coiled before his chest suddenly tightened, and it was as if a hand was grabbing onto his heart. He had an impulse to clamor, and it was almost impossible for him to restrain himself. Han Wenguang was not confident that he could win. Even if he was confident, he would have to think twice when he saw Yushu's amazing aura. Ha ha ha. 20 years of calculation turned into a dream. Pan Ming laughed and cried at the same time. His eyes were red as if he had gone mad. He grabbed the crumpled calculation paper tightly and walked up to Yushu, ignoring everyone's gazes. He pulled out a brocade pouch from his waist and bowed to Yushu. I lost the bet. Yushu pointed at the brocade bag he offered and took out a red jade, turtle-nose seal. After confirming it, she raised her head and looked at Han Wenguang, whose face was as calm as still water. She deliberately said, Great Oracle Pan, what I said before still counts. Whenever you want to know the solution to the second question, you can find me at any time. The condition is still the same. You have to be my disciple. Pan Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned around and knelt down in front of Han Wenguang. He kowtowed to him 3 times and said, I'm sorry. Then, he stood up and madly combed his hair as he left. Yushu watched him leave and felt sorry. What she said just now was not a lie. With Pan Ming's temperament, if he was willing, she would teach him without hesitation. After Pan Ming left, the scene became chaotic. People were talking about Yushu's way of doing things. Some thought that she was tough, and some thought that she was too domineering. But one thing was for sure. After the 3 matches today, no one would doubt the title of Great Oracle Woman, Yushu. After today, Yushu will become the hottest topic in Enling City when the news of this battle spreads out. Yushu didn't care about this. She pointed at the remaining people and said, If you didn't hear what I said just now, I will repeat it. You either admit defeat or get out of here. Jean Woofing and Ho Luding were so ashamed and angry. They looked at Han Wenguang and waited for him to make the decision. Han Wenguang sighed. He was angry and sad, but he couldn't show it because of his face. He could only smile bitterly. Go. Your senior brother is right. You lost the bet. They couldn't disobey their master's order. Jean Woofing and Ho Luding had no choice but to take the seal and give it to Yushu. They bowed to her and said, Jean Woofing admitted defeat. Ho Luding admitted defeat. Yushu took the seal from them. It was an agate seal. He put the white tiger medallion into the brocade pouch that Pan Ming had given him earlier. In front of everyone, he put it into his bosom. Then, he stood up and shook his sleeves. There was a faint smile on his face and a hint of flattery on his face. He bowed to Han Wenguang. Old Mr. Han, sorry for offending you. If people bully me, I will be strong. If people bully me, I will be low. I will fight for the top. Han Wenguang's old face was a little green. He stared at her for a moment, then swung his sleeves and walked away with the few guards he brought with him. The few incompetent disciples were like roosters that had lost a fight. They lowered their heads and followed behind him. The group of people quickly disappeared from the Wangji Tower. Yushu looked at the gate that was blocked by the onlookers again. She was angry. She raised her eyebrows and adjusted her outer cover. She turned around and glanced at the guests in the tower. She smiled and squinted her eyes. She bowed and said, "Thank you for attending today's banquet. Please stay and continue drinking." After saying that, she put her hands into her sleeves and strolled to the back of the screen. Xi and Liu and Feng Xiaomiao hurried to catch up. Lin Fu smiled and directed the waiters to clean the door. He then asked the onlookers to leave. Yushu walked past the flower stand. She thought she would see Shui Rue first, but he was gone. She wondered if he left after seeing her in the third round. Feeling a little disappointed, Yushu curled her lips and smiled at Pei Jing and Yifangji, who had moved chairs to sit in the aisle. She said, "I'll let Godfather and Uncle worry. It's all right now. You can go upstairs and rest. I will ask someone to send some good wine." Pei Jing had a strange expression on his face. He had not recovered from a shock of seeing her challenge Han Wenguang. He glanced at her and knew that it was not a good time to get to the bottom of it. He pulled Yifangji upstairs first. Yushu was a little slow. Xi and Liu and Feng Xiaomiao caught up with her. They surrounded her and sighed. Some were envious of her excellent arithmetic skills, and some were worried that she had offended Han Wenguang. Yushu was too lazy to deal with these people. She said a few perfunctory words and sent a maid to send them back to their room to drink. When she turned around, she found that Yu Xiaoxiu and Hu Tianer had disappeared. She asked Yindo and learned that when someone came to cause trouble, the two boys had slipped out from the back door to play. With Gue Ba following them, there was no need to worry about them running around. After sending these people away, Yushu went to the second floor with a sore back and shoulders. She was going to wash her face before going to see Lu Tan. She absent-mindedly opened the door and closed it. When she turned around, she was shocked by Shui Rue, who was sitting on the opposite tea chair. He patted his chest and rebuked, "Why are you here?" After the sun, the sky was dim. She could not see Shui Rue's expression clearly. She only felt that his dark eyes were too bright. He stared at her so much that her neck was covered with goosebumps. She subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with him. "Big brother?" Shui Rue took a deep breath and lowered his head to rub his burning forehead. It took a lot of self-control not to choose this inappropriate time to express his feelings to her. "I'm fine. You go in a wash and have a rest. I have something to say to you later. Do I need to go to the 9th Prince to talk to him first?" "No need. He has already left." Shui Rue stood up. When he walked to Yushu's side, he stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at her softened brows. Recalling her ferocity outside the building just now, he smiled deeply and raised his hand. Using his height, he gently pressed his palm on the top of her head and rubbed her feverish head. "Good win." This praise made Yushu couldn't help but curve her eyes. She felt excited in her heart. She didn't know why, but it seemed that she had finally heard a suitable praise. That's right. She didn't need someone to worry about whether she had offended someone important or not. She also didn't want someone to ask curiously how she won. At this time, she just needed a word of approval. Shui Rue didn't say anything more. He let go of her and pushed the door to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed one step longer, he would go too far. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.